the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.
Wasted World of Sports crew, ahoy! And how is everybody doing here this Sunday? Ready for a doubleheader, the final games of the round. And who have we got in there nice and early? Over on Twitch, we've got Staunchy, ahoy mate. And on the YouTube, we've got Gamer Mel, of course, a big day for Gamer Mel and her Melbourne Storm. Don't worry, Mel, I'm backing them all the way today. This is where the season officially turns around. You heard it here, well, you probably didn't hear it here first, but you heard it here anyway. You heard it here at some point, regardless. Welcome along, everybody. Now, do sing out in the TikTok if there's audio syncing. Like, if you see my lips moving, but then the voice doesn't come out until like 5 seconds later, please let me know in the chat, because I've been fiddling about with my audio settings, and I might have just screwed everything up. I'm not entirely sure. Matty Colkin, ahoy mate, and thank you very much for the heart me over there. Much appreciated, my good man. Max OG, ahoy mate. Let's go Tigers, says Max Lee Bowden, ahoy mate. Go the Storm, they have to win eventually. Oh, God. Is this really what has become of the Melbourne Storm this season? That people are in the chat room saying they've got to win eventually. Mark Music, ahoy mate. Tiger, Muzzle Flash, ahoy buddy. Liam Porter, ahoy. Storm upset, says user 56. Cheers, Matty. Appreciate it, mate. And Zin, thank you very much. Good to hear, good to hear. See, I'm the type of person that just can't resist. I can't resist just trying out new things all the time, right? So when I hear about a new audio driver or something, there's a new soundboard, anything new production related, I'm just like, I have to try it. The problem is I decide to try it like 10 minutes before I go live, so I don't have any sort of buffer for when things go wrong. But yes, thank you, TikTokers, for the feedback there. Gamer Mel says can't really stay this game, but will join next. Might come in and out. No worries, Gamer Mel. Always nice to see you for any length of time. Judah Shivian, ahoy, mates. Storm are heavy favourites in this game, but I don't trust them. Now, that is probably got to do with some of the outs for the Tigers. The biggest out for them is no Terrell May. Big Bad Bunty Afoa. Who remembers him, huh? Up the wires. Big Bad Bunty. He comes into the starting squad. Fanua Pole moves to the number 8, where Terrell May would normally be lining up. But yeah, we get to see Big Bad Bunty Afoa run out in a starting spot here for the Tigers. Looking forward to that. Jerome Luai shifts to number 6, and Jock Madden stays at number 7, and that is all because of the injury to Adam Doueihi. So there is a little bit of a reshuffle there for the Tigers, and that probably leads to Melbourne Storm at home. Tigers with some injuries and a reshuffle. Melbourne Storm favourites. That's all I can assume that's going on with the bookmakers, because yes, Melbourne, despite their losing streak. Oh yeah, Dream Buller's out too. Thank you, Heart Ticker. Dream Buller's out. Heath Mason is the starting fullback. So yeah, some big outs there for the Tigers. Melbourne Storm at home. Heavy favouritism. Chris Bradley, ahoy, mates. Judah Shivian decided to bet on the total instead of a winner, so you took under 59 points. Well, under 59 could be a little dangerous if the Tigers have not fixed up their defensive effort that we saw against the Sharks last week. But we'll see. Oh, you know what? Coruscant's out as well. I just remembered Api Coruscant's out. So Tristan Hope is the starting hooker. Okay, yes. The Tigers are absolutely ravaged. No Jareem Buller, no Terrell May, no Adam Doueihi, no Api Coruscant. Okay, I completely understand why the Storm have gone into this favourites. Melbourne are kicking off, running left to right. Referee blows the whistle. The Tigers will have first use of it. And the kickoff down to Turuva, taken on the 10. Can the Tigers get themselves up for this one? We'll find out. Judah Shivian, if you look at the table, it's hard to see the Storm rolling, but we are about to find out. Shadow, thank you very much for the heart me, and I'm pretty sure I did say so already, but if I didn't, Matty Colkin with the earlier heart me over there on the TikTok. Appreciate the nice early gifts coming through. Tigers now outside their own 40. Twal takes the 5th and last, just short of halfway. It goes back for Madden to do the kicking today. He sends it down to that left edge. Oh, actually, the wind picked it up, apparently, and it sits up in the middle for Suafalongo, who almost gets on the outside of Laulili. What a kick return. Jill George says, Tigers, you can do it without panic. Hi, world. Ahoy, mates. And Vex's Vibes. NZ. Ahoy, buddy. Here's the first penalty of the day. It goes to the Melbourne Storm, just short of the halfway line. And this could be a dream start here for the Storm as they piggyback upfield. Penalty for a ruck infringement. Melbourne fine touch, 30 out from the Tigers line. And Sean Bloor charging into the defence. Liero heads across field. 25 out. Setting themselves up in midfield. Grant Goes to a Tikamanu short, bumps off the first tackle. Set restart here for the Storm. 25 metres out, building nicely. But then we've seen this from the Storm time and again, haven't we, this season? They seem to go all right in the first halves. Hughes to the line. Short ball for a Tikamanu, who powers over the top of Luai, and he's brought to ground just centimetres away from the try line. To the right edge, where Meaney steps back in field. Gets the offload back. Lasardi from a standing start. He beats the tackle of Bole. And Heath Mason's in there to trap him. Just a metre out now to the 5 to the right of the post. Hughes wants it back in midfield. The shift is on to the left. There's space for Hugo Peel, but he won't see the ball. Sua Fa'alongo will dive over and score the first try. Why was this perennial try scorer not in my same game multi? Oh, I'm crazy. Lined up to the left there, the Melbourne Storm, and Sua Fa'alongo, as he does. He could have given it to Hugo Peel, who was in untouched. But he decided to run on his own. Takes on Turuva. Takes on Patrick Herbert. Sua Fa'alongo with the opening try. What a start for the Storm. Four points to nil with the kick to come. Sua Fa'alongo. 12 tries this season. He's on a roll. That didn't take long at all. This could be very ominous signs here for the Tigers. But let's put things into context, right? Perfect context. No Jareen Buller. No Adam Doueihi. No Terrell May. No Api Coruscant. They are missing some troops. But Benji Marshall, he's already said in one of the presses that he's not too worried about that. He's got that next man up mentality. From out wide, Nick Meaney puts this one. Oh, and he's pushed it. Misses the conversion. Nick Meaney has not had the kicking boots on recently. And it stays 4 points to nil, but the Storm, they'll be happy enough with that start. Points are points. How's that for a big words of wisdom there from Wasted World of Sports? Points are points. And they'll just be happy with the start, really. They've struggled, really, when they've had these early spells of domination to really go on with it. So let's see. This will be a big test. Josh King from the back fence. Go Melbourne. Good start, says Bree. Slow play the ball here for Blore, but gets to his feet eventually. Howarth driven back. He always finds himself a little upright. Jack Howarth, I find, when he's running back, just gets himself a wee bit upright, and it's very easy to then drive him back. Or Tikamanu. Another set restart here for the Storm. The Tigers were inside the 10, and Utikamanu plays at 10 short of halfway. Here's Lasardi now, angling back in. He's on the halfway line. Benji Marshall, very dissatisfied look, standing on the sideline. Nick Meaney missed the conversion. In fairness, it was out pretty wide as Harry Grant goes on a dart. 30 metres out now. Fa'alongo goes into dummy half. He goes on a run now and carries it inside the 20. Building nicely once again here, the Storm. Grant looks short side, but he comes back open. Cuts out of Tikamanu. Hughes will kick early here for Warbrick, who wins the battle in the air and scores. Will Warbrick gets the first tick off our multi, and he puts the Storm up 8 points to nil. The vision and execution of Jerome Hughes, perfect. Kicking early on play 4, out to that right edge, and Warbrick, well, it was no contest, straight over the top of Laulili. And this was all set up from the run from 40 out by Harry Grant. Gave them the front foot ball. Stephen Peterson, ahoy mates. Yes, you had Warbrick 1, 2, 3. Nice. Well, there he is, number 2. Straight over the top of Lau Lily. No contest. And Warbrick plants it down in the corner. That's tick number 1 for me. Happy days. Try confirmed. What a start for the Melbourne Storm. 8 points to 0. Kick to come. Nick Meaney, have you got your kicking boots on, mate? Francis, ahoy, mate. Go Tigers. Trust. Oh, yeah. Keep the faith up, Tigers fans. There's plenty of time left in this game. Very ominous signs early on, though, isn't it? Nick Meaney from the opposite sideline this time. Missed it from the other edge. Can he compensate on this side? Kenny Watt. Oh, but he pushes it across the face. And in frustration, Nick Meaney doesn't know what to do. 8 points to 0. 2 missed conversions, but they've both been out wide. 1 on each edge. Hart Ticker says, luckily Storm getting a Sarko next year to kick goals. And Jermaine Asako, I tell you what, he cannot arrive early enough. And that man too, up in the stands, not for goal kicking, but Xavier Coates, we just saw a shot of him up in the stands. Munster delays the pass to Faulongo, who gives it to Atikamanu and says, run straight ahead, big man. And that's exactly what the big man does. 15 metres out from their own line now, the Storm to start this set. Running with 81% possession at the moment in the early stages of this game. Huge defence from the Tigers, though. Urix lad, ahoy, mate. You just need Munster and Taylor May. Utikamanu goes on another carry. This is good meters. Grant out of dummy half. Hughes back inside for Faulongo. Shuts down quickly. Well read there by the Tigers' defence. Now Munster runs it to the line. Flick pass out the back for Grant. They keep it alive down the left edge. Howarth gets on the outside and links up with Peel, who steps back in field. Grant pops it up for Blore. Blore for Munster. Munster scores! Melbourne are on fire. There's your Cameron Munster, Urix lad. Melbourne have just exploded here in the opening 10 minutes. 12 points to 0. The kick to come from right in front. And surely not even Nick Meaney can miss this one. They've broken out from their own side of halfway. And there, Urix lad, is your Cameron Munster. This is now very scary for the Tigers because you've got Harry Grant, Cameron Munster, and Jerome Hughes all playing with confidence, newfound confidence. C says all of a sudden Munster wants to perform now that Origin is coming. That's what he does, right? That's what the cheeky bugger does. Ashton Curtis, ahoy mate, can't believe it's Storm. I'm actually 16th place. Game ML, party time. TikTok boom. They're playing good after losing 7 in a row. Yes, indeed. They've started extremely well, but second halves have been the problem for the Storm, so let's see how they go in the second 40. No matter what happens in this first half, as Nick Meaney from right in front, he converts one. Sarcastic round of applause there. Nick Meaney converts. It's 14 points to 0. What a red-hot start here for the Storm. The Tigers, off the back of now, in fairness to the Tigers, no Jareem Buller, no Adam Doueihi, no Api Coruscant, no Terrell May. We've got a lot of players out. Tigers get us back underway. Oh, don't get tricked. You decided to put $1,000 on the Tigers at $3.40. And then this happens. Oh, well, Manu straight over the top of Taane Milne, who comes back at him, though. And with Jarome Luai, they bring him to ground inside the 20. Lasardi beats the first tackle. Big Lasardi. They're just rolling upfield here, the Storm. Grant from dummy half again. He's finding space. And now out of dummy half goes Meaney. Benji Marshall talking to somebody on the sideline. Fifth and last. Hughes down this near side. Puts the high ball up. Mason's under it. And he brings it back to the 20. The Tigers finally get their hands on the ball. Let's see what they can do with it. They've been starved of possession this opening 12 minutes. What can they do with their opportunity? Turuva brings it out to the 20. Halfway through the set already, though. It was a good chase from the Storm. Herbert taking the ground. Another 10 metres. While in midfield, takes tackle 5. Not a lot of distance this set. 33 metres gained off it. It goes back for Madden to put the kick in from well inside the 40. Farlongo backs up, takes it on the full. And he's got Hugo Peel running with him. Peel comes back in field. Oh, and he's crushed in the tackle. Sione Fainu. That is a big shoulder to run into. Melbourne with Howarth out to their own 40. The game has just started. Yes, there's no need for panic just yet. And Nick Meaney's missed a couple of goals. Harry Grant goes straight up the middle, draws in the fullback and puts Jarome Hughes in under the posts. Well, maybe it's time to start panicking now. Jarome Hughes. All the big names are stepping up here today. Harry Grant, Cameron Munster, Jarome Hughes. They are having a day out here, the Storm. 18-0 kick to come. Edgardo Perez. Ahoy, mate. Harry Grant straight up the middle. The triangle in behind the play the ball. Draws in Mason at the back and Hughes untouched. This is a massacre. We have seen some one-sided games this weekend. And Melbourne have just suddenly come to life. There's the big three. Jarome Hughes, Harry Grant, Cameron Munster running in a support line down the middle of the play there, all with big smiles on their faces. And they're starting to love their footy. 18-0 kick to come from right in front. Nick Meaney surely puts this one over. Judah Shivian says Tigers should throw a punch and show a little fight. They're getting disrespected as Meaney converts 20 points to 0. 13 and a half minutes gone. Wow. The Tigers, lots of injury concerns, but still, it shouldn't account for this. This is probably a combination of Tigers injuries and things just clicking. Finally, for Melbourne, things are just clicking and sticking. Tigers getting a lot of kickoff practice here. And there's another one, Josh King. Runs it back. Hugo Peel next try, says E. Phil Monia, Wanham says Storm 60 plus. The way that it's going. But then, of course, we always see teams, once they get out to a certain lead, they drop off a little bit, don't they? It's hard to keep going on with it. And Melbourne have come up with the error. Trent Liero knocks it on. And here's an opportunity for the Tigers. You feel like they really need to step up. There's still a long way to go in this game. And we've seen teams run down 20 points easily this season. But they need to fire a shot here. Or as Judah Shivian said, they've got to throw a punch. This is their first opportunity with the ball in the Storm's territory, so Luai feeds the scrum. They break to the right. Madden drops it off for Herbert, who spins back infield, 30 metres out. A settler in midfield. Pole gets up and plays it 20 metres out. Short ball is a nice one to Big Bad Bunty. And Afoa 10 metres out just to the left of the posts. Madden wants it in midfield. They're up quickly on him and play shuts down. 10 metres out in midfield. 2 tackles left. Left they go. 12 for Luai. Cut out pass is a beauty to May. And Taylor May tries to step back in field. 5th and last. 10 metres out from the line on this left edge. Madden switches back down the short side for Luai. Grubbers in behind to a perfectly positioned Suafalongo. And he'll stay in the field of play just. Melbourne back in possession. Inside their own 10. Well defended by Falongo. 20 points to 0. Melbourne lead. If you're just swinging by, you are not seeing things. This is actually happening right now. Out to the left for Howarth. 30 metres out. Grant goes left for Munster. 5th and last. 10 short of halfway. Back for Hughes. Steps just outside the 40 before he gets the kick in. And it is taken at the back by Laulili. And he runs it back up. Bends the line in between Meany and Lasardi. And that's a great kick return. Braden, ahoy mate. Braden says Storm Masterclass. Mr. Lawsy, come on up the Tigers. Set restart here for the Tigers. Here's Turuva. Takes tackle 1 on halfway. I'm on the Captain Morgans. I love me Captain Morgans. Spiced rum, my favourite. Back into midfield now. Halfway through the set. Pole, 40 metres out. They come left for Luai. The stutter step and a beautiful short ball to Fainu. And Jerome Hughes shuts him down 20 metres out. From dummy half goes Hope, and now Twile angles back in. Gets the offload for Afoa. Looks left, looks right, goes back to the right. And Madden has it in midfield, and it's all a bit directionless here for the Tigers. 20 metres out, 5th and last. Luai puts the high ball up. It's going to land 5 metres out from the line. Falongo slips, but it's lost forward by the Tigers. Oh, Suafalongo was down. An opportunity goes begging. As momentum just starts to shift a little bit in this game. The Tigers are keeping Melbourne pinned down this end of the field. They'll have to take advantage, obviously, at some point. As Melbourne build. Munster tries to put the big Fedden on Pearce-Paul. 25 out from their own line. Falongo at first receiver. 2 tackles left. As play slows down a bit here for Melbourne. Hughes will kick early from inside the 40. Gets a nice bend on it, but it bends too much. Bouncing into touch outside the 20. Tigers will come back and restart. As there's a very distinct shadow across the stadium now, right down the middle of the field. From end to end. And Turuva bobbles the ball. Oh, Sonny. Don't do that to us. He gets it on the second attempt and goes to ground. Down the left edge. Seyfarth takes the tackle 10 short of halfway. Luai steps back in field, offloads for Hope, fires it across to Twal. Twal fends off Grant, and now Liero comes back at him. And with the help of Uitikimanu, they hold him up 10 short of halfway, and we've got time off here because Trent Liero, he's a bit groggy after that hit. Could be a HIA. Yeah, Trent Liero here. Oh, now this will be interesting. This will be very interesting. Alex Twal has cocked the elbow into the throat of Trent Liero. This could be problems. It's a penalty to the Storm. Twal stays on the field. He's on report. Alex Twal there cocked the elbow, and it went straight into the throat of Trent Liero, who's now coming off the field. That is a soft penalty to give away when you're on attack. Lazo, ahoy, mate. Mookie, ahoy, buddy. Storm fine touch, 25 metres out and go straight on the attack. Grant goes left for Hughes. Continues left for Munster. The drop off inside for Blore. Charges onto it. 10 metres out. Munster tries to go quick hands, but it's been knocked down by Luai. Oh, penalty, though, to the Storm. Tigers were offside. Right out in front. Any thought of taking the two here for the... No thought at all. Before I even spat out that question. Harry Grant's taken the tap. Just a couple of metres out. Munster. Short ball for Otikimanu. Bumps off one. Turns in the contact of Twal, who wrestles him to ground. 5 metres out here. Just to the right of the post. Grant goes short for Lasardi. From a standing start, Lasardi gets close. A metre out here, the Storm. Grant fires it over to the left for Hughes. Holds the pass up nicely. The tackle by Pearce-Paul is made there on Cooper Clark. They stay left. Poor pass from Grant. It's given back inside for Howarth, who comes back infield. And he will have a settler here on the 5th and last. 10 metres out, right in front of the posts. They're stacked to the right-hand edge here, and that's where they go. Hughes to Lasardi. Runs over the top of one, and he's flung to ground by May. That will be a handover. Taylor May putting his body on the line. A try-saving tackle and a handover here for the Tigers. Wow. Adam Huglow says, regroup, Tigers. And here's a penalty, a very relieving one for the Tigers. A ruck infringement. Josh King, the culprit. Holding down in the play the ball. And they can clear this upfield now, the Tigers. Wow, that's not a very good touch finder. Taking play just outside the 30. They could have got a lot more distance on that, but they'll take it. Mr. Lawsey, you need Laulili, May, Howarth, and Meany. I still need Turuva, Pearce-Paul, and Howarth. There's now through the hands. Mason's up in the line, gives the short ball, and that is our boy, Pearce-Paul. 40 out from the Storm line. Back into midfield for Madden. Luai with the stutter step and the drop off inside. Tigers with Sione Fainu play it 40 metres out. Madden with the shift to the right. Mason spins out of the first tackle, puts the fend on Blore, and he's gone to ground 5th and last, 20 metres out. Short side is on here. The high ball goes up, lands 5 out from the line. Falongo spills it back into the in goal for Harry Grant, and Grant will be tackled over the sideline in goal. A dropout incoming. Melissa Blair, ahoy there. You just tuned in, can't believe the score. Goal line restart incoming here for the Storm. And they go short, but not short. Well, that's a bit of a nothing restart, actually. It wasn't short. It wasn't long. It just meekly landed on the 30-meter line, and it was an easy pickup for the Tigers. Laulili will bring it back to the 20. Madden shifts on down the right edge. 20 meters out from the line. Madden back in midfield for Luai. Gives it inside for May. He stalls. And he brings it back around in front of the posts. 10 meters out. Twile at first receiver. Now a beautiful ball from Madden to Pearce-Paul. But Howarth makes the tackle. Hope brings it back in field now. Luai is jammed up by Nick Meaney. And that is a hard tackle. Fifth and last, they shut down Luai there. Madden down the left edge. Beautiful short ball to Fainu. Quick hands from Herbert to Laulili. And the Storm defense slides across. The offload manages to get it away for Taane Milne. And Taane Milne will reach out with the left hand and put it down. It looked like the play had broken down. Whoops. It looked like the play had broken down, but the offload back for Taane Milne, and he has the power to get to the corner. Reaches out with the left arm. Here I thought the play had shut down. 1, 2, 3, 4 Storm defenders. But Laulili still drops the ball back for May, and he has the power to go over the top of Faulongo. Ducks under the tackle. Reaches out with the left arm. Boom. 20 points to 4. Kick to come. Is that the wake-up call for the Tigers? Oh, Faulongo's had head contact here with friendly fire from Jerome Hughes. Sua Faulongo got some friendly fire in that tackle, and he could be called off for HIA at some point. 13 minutes to go until the halftime break. 20 points to 4 with the kick to come as the try is confirmed. Sua Faulongo is off the field. There he goes, off for a HIA. It was very noticeable there on the replay. He copped a friendly fire from Jerome Hughes. Jock Madden from the sideline, where a lot of the conversions have been from tonight. In general, obviously, this is the Tigers' first one. Oh, and he's shanked it left. Sprays it away past this near upright. Aussie John, ahoy, mate. BS says Hughes bet on the Tigers. So he's wiping out Sua Faulongo. Geez, I don't know if Faulongo comes back from that. It was pretty big contact. That could be game-changing. That's the sort of stuff that could be game-changing. Let's see what happens there with Sua Faulongo as the Storm get us back underway for Mason to give it to Pole. And the Tigers, will that build some belief for them? Turuva spins out of the first tackle, brings it out to the 30. And a slow play the ball. No set restart, though. Luai feeds it on down the line. 10 short of halfway. Tigers building nicely here as they go from edge to edge. Some space down the right now. Herbert to Turuva. steps back in field, and Hugo Peel brings him down. 2 tackles left from dummy half Herbert. Runs straight over the top of Harry Grant. 5th and last, 30 metres out. They stay short side, and they've made a complete mess of this, the Tigers. Madden gets the kick away. And it's batted back by Turuva. It's still on here for the Tigers. It's loose. May picks it up. Looks for options. 20 metres out. May gets on the outside of his man. Flick pass out the back to nobody. Laulili scrambles back for it. Luai keeps it alive. And Mason straightens the attack. They've got 6 more tackles. 10 metres out. Here come the Tigers. 3-on-1, and they must score here. Turuva for the corner. Munster slides across and shuts it down. It's 6 again, though, for the Tigers. Cameron Munster with a try saver. Seyfarth, 5 metres out in midfield with the settler. The Tigers, they've suddenly got a new lease of life. Madden for Luai, steps back in field. Tikimanu's got hold of him. Gets the offload away, though, Luai. Second phase plays where they've been damaging. Royce Hunt. Half a metre out there, Royce Hunt. Hope for Madden. Luai, quick hands now. May steps back inside Hughes. And the sliding defence from Joe Chan saves the day. Luai thinks about kicking, gives it to Seyfarth in midfield. And that's the 5th and last. 10 metres out, right in front of the post. Luai, inside ball for Hunt. On the burst, Royce Hunt goes to ground. A metre short. Melbourne's goal line defence holds firm. Old Panther says, looks like the Storm will break their losing run, but they were nowhere near the record. Longest run in NRL, 19 games held by Newcastle from round 7, 2016 to round 1, 2017. And I'll tell you what, that record's in serious danger this season from one St. George Illawarra Dragons. Hughes thinks about kicking early here, but Seyfarth's up quickly on him. He beats a couple of tackles. He's dragged down from behind on halfway. Grant scoops it up, back from Munster in midfield. Quick hands for Cooper Clark. 5th and last, just inside Tiger territory. Munster on the left edge, puts a low chip in over the top. That bounces up for Mason on the 10. And he does get away from the kick chase, Mason, but he's brought down by Peel in the second attempt. Momentum is with the Tigers at the moment. Can they take advantage? Old Panther, longest ever losing streak in Australian Rugby League history is 42 games by University, 1934 to 1936. Oh boy, you would just give up at that point, wouldn't you? What is that? 2 years, 2 full years of not winning. You would just give up. As Twal drops it back and Seyfarth dives on it. Risky stuff there for the Tigers. 5th and last, Madden steps outside the 40, gets the kick away, and it bounces up at the back. But Nick Meaney to hit back for the Storm. Can they stem this flow of momentum that's with the Tigers at the moment? 8 minutes to go until the break. Peel hit hard there by... set restart. Tigers were inside the 10. Moale up to halfway. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy, mate. Short side here. Lasati with another good carry. Hughes heads across field, links up with Munster. Meaney now through the hands for Howarth. Goes in and away and gets on the outside of his man, but Turuva jams in and wraps him up. 10 metres out, tackle 4. Munster to Grant. In front of the post, goes short to Mawale. Taken just a couple of metres out. Hughes out the back to nobody. Chan goes back for it. Still 5th and last. Comes back in field. Offloads from Munster, who gets the kick back down this near side he just came from. And now Lily will take it in the field of play. They tackle him back in goal. Oh, a penalty's gone to the Tigers, has it? Jerome Hughes is just blown up. Oh, no. I thought he was blowing up at the referee. He's blowing up at his own team. I think he wanted that through the hands. Six minutes 30 to go in this opening half. A goal line dropout here for the Tigers. They go short, and Warbrick will take it with two hands above his head. Heads back in field, and he's tackled just to the right of the post. Grant will send it short for Cooper Clark. Half a metre out, right in front of the sticks. Grant burrows under himself. Harry Grant scores! The big names are stepping up today. And there's the momentum shift back again. Harry Grant from dummy half takes full advantage of some lazy markers. That is classic Harry Grant right there. 24-4 with the kick to come. He looked up, he saw who was in front of him, and he said, I'll have a crack here. Try confirmed. Harry Grant and Cameron Munster, right before State of Origin, starting to find some scary form. If you go for New South Wales. Five minutes until the break. Panther wants to know what my opinion is about those short kick restarts, particularly line dropouts. As Nick Meaney from right in front pops this one over, it is 26 points to 4 in favour of the home side. I always question the point. I understand the theory. The theory is that you can defend better on your own goal line, so take the 50-50 chance at getting the ball back, especially now when there's no penalty for putting it out on the full. Thank you, Brisbane Broncos. There's no punishment anymore for getting it wrong. So, yeah, I understand the theory behind it. But for me, I'd rather kick the ever-living bollocks off the bugger as far as I can and then try and force the other team into a mistake. I am, as long as possible, every single time. I mean, unless you desperately need the ball back, of course, and you're chasing the game. As long as possible, every single time, try and force the mistake. Celia, thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. Cheers. Storm back outside their own 20. 4.5 to go until the halftime break. Melbourne Storm fans like Celia on TikTok, Game of Mel on YouTube, must be feeling a bit happier going into the halftime break. 10 short of halfway, and Harry Grant's getting a working over here on the ground. This game's just blown up. Some push and shove on the deck. A penalty's gone to somebody. The referee's blown the whistle and said, that's enough of that. Actually, he's not even said anything. The referee's just letting them go at it. Push and shove out there in the middle. Harry Grant was head slammed onto the deck. And then he got a working over with the forearm. He took offense to the initial tackle. Boom. Slammed to the deck by Fainu. It'll be interesting to see where this penalty goes. Referee just blew the whistle. Penalty to the Melbourne Storm. Dangerous tackle. Jim Dark, ahoy, mates. Still buzzing about the Eagles. Yeah, mate. You know what? Actually, Jim Dark, funny story. As we wait for this kick to touch. Oh, no, hang on. Wait a minute. He's having words with Harry Grant. And now he's calling the Tigers out. Jerome Luai is Yeah, just basically just say to both teams, clean it up. Like Latu Fainu is on report there for the head slam and the working over of the face of Harry Grant after the tackle. And it's a penalty on the 40 for the Melbourne Storm. Finding touch 30 metres out. Melbourne back on the attack. And we've got time off. There's going to be a HIA here, I suspect. Time off. This will be interesting. We've got time off. Who's it for? Alex Twal. Twal off for a HIA. Four minutes until the break. Here we go. Melbourne. 26 points to 4. They lead. Can they get more points before the break? Hughes with the short ball for Clark. And he's held up in the three-man tackle. 15 metres out from the line. Grant brings it back in field for Munster. Out the back for Hughes. Dummies and gets it out to Meaney. Meaney for Warbrick. Fights his way to the corner. Big Will Warbrick. He's claiming it. Will Warbrick's claiming it. It's going up as no try, but they'll have a look. It wouldn't be like a player to claim a try they didn't actually score, would it? Warbrick gets down low as they try to drag him over the sideline. He's short there, and... well, he's got the ball to the ground. It's just a matter of whether it's short or across the line. He's short there. Celia, thank you very much for the finger heart over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. Warbrick is short of the line here. He stays in the field of play for now. Slides forward. Now, I'll tell you what, if the ball is on the deck and momentum slides him forward, this should be a try. It's just his right elbow might have gone over the sideline. No, they've called it held up. Staunchy says Tigers need a miracle second half. Oh, there we go. The ball is up off the deck, and that elbow is touching the sideline. The Tigers have defended it. And it looks like this will be no try. Tigers ball. Warbrick has been taken into touch by the barest of bare margins. Tigers will come back for a play the ball in midfield. So 3.5 until halftime. Big defense here from the Storm. Official NRL trading legacy. Ahoy, mate. Aussie John says smoke over southwest Sydney this afternoon. Very uncomfortable. Well, what kind of smoke, mate? Not like fire smoke. The really dark, severe fire smoke. Soul Kips, you just need Turuva. As Luai thinks about getting up and going again, but he's held, plays it on the 40. 2 tackles left here for the Tigers. Royce Hunt in midfield. Taken down just short of halfway, 5th and last. Madden puts the high ball up. Coming forward for it is Peel. He takes it well. And Peel trapped inside the 20. I need Turuva, Pearce-Paul, and Howarth. Alex Twal, a category 3, huh? Nick Meaney Dummies. Nobody falls for it. Benji Marshall looking like he's bereft of ideas at the moment. Poor Benji. Clark plays it on halfway. Munster with the short ball for Blore. 40 out from the Tigers line now. Fifth and last. Grant's looking short side. That's where they go from Munster to put the high ball up. 10 metres out from the line. It will land. Mason bobbles it. Collects it on the second attempt. Judah Shivian, I needed it to catch up a little bit to the real game time. Penalty now to the Tigers. As, who's this in back play? Howarth limping in back play. Yeah, somehow my game clock ended up way ahead of the official game time. Tigers find touch on halfway off that penalty for an illegal steal. Safer through the hands for Madden. Big defense from the Storm in midfield. Madden, cut out pass right for Pearce-Paul, who's been very quiet this opening half. Gets the offload away for Mason. 30 metres out, halfway through the set. Down the short side, Fainu. Tackled on the 20. Dominant tackle, put on his back. Slow play, the ball ensues. Madden. For Luai, the stutter step and the dummy taken down by Hughes and Harry Grant, fifth and last. Can the Tigers strike before the break? Madden, crossfield kick. Peel comes forward for it. It's batted back by the Tigers in between the legs of Seyfarth, who taps it up, and Munster gets himself in the way. It's a knock-on against the Storm, and there'll be no time at all to set this scrum. There's the siren. Scrum doesn't set. And we go to halftime, 26 points to 4 in favour of the Storm. Now, we have seen this story many times before. Will they let a halftime lead slip again? Or can they keep it up in the second half? Staunchy, Alex Twal went off for a HIA. So we'll see if he comes back on. Jonathan Manson says Storm were lucky. Jeez. I don't know that I call that opening 10 minutes that we saw luck. They were, they were firing. Drifted off a little bit as the half went on and the Tigers started to come back into the game. But the second half, that'll be the big test, because this is where Melbourne start to fall apart. They've had leads before. They've had very similar leads before. Oh, you just mean on that particular moment, not the whole game in general. I see. Yeah, they were making sure that they didn't get that scrum packed. 26 points to 4, Storm in the lead. But yes, we've seen it happen so many times before. Can they keep it up here today? We will find out after the break. I'm going to have a quick break for halftime, and we'll be back shortly to recap everything that happened. And I've got to get ready for the next game as well. I've got to get the team, see if the team sheets are in for the Raiders versus Panthers. So that'll be coming up after this as well. So, Wasted Water Sports, live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok. Enjoy halftime, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
storm is rising, and the money man's here to play. Lightning strikes on the footy field. Blood and thunder, his fate is sealed. Stronger than the scars that mark his face. Munster brings the fury, leaves no trace. Magic hands with the fire in command. Every pass, every kick, every stand. From Melbourne's heart to the world's acclaim, the money man forever etched his name. Munster money man, he's a legend of the game. Power and glory, they remember his name. Munster money man, with the storm in his veins. One of the greatest, breaking all the chains. Tackles hit like crashing steel. They all fall when they feel his will. Not just looks, the strength runs deep. A master of the moments legends keep. Every run is a thunderous call. Every step defies them all. From Queensland pride to the purple crown, the money man will never be torn down. Munster money man, he's a legend of the game. Power and glory, they'll remember his name. Munster money man, with the storm in his veins. One of the greatest, breaking all the chains. Cameron Munster, the field ignites when he takes it further. Cameron Munster, footy's tight and hear the thunder. Munster money man, he's a legend of the game. Power and glory, they'll remember his name. Munster money man, money storm in his veins. One of the greatest, breaking all the chains. Cameron Munster, the money man.
Wasted Water Sports crew, welcome back. Halftime here, 26 points to 4. Melbourne, well, they were nearly there. And I mean nearly there by, they didn't quite go on with it, but they've done better than we've seen in recent games. So they'll be ecstatic with that. Now the big test. This is the key moment for them. Can they go on with it? We've seen the second halves is where they fall away a little bit. Can they keep it going and get the second half done and avoid a Tigers fight back? Lazar. You love that Storm tune. Jason D. Origin is a big factor here. It's weird time of year. Stuff, ahoy there, mate, over on the TikTok. I go for the Sharks, unfortunately. Very, very tough team to support. Except for 2016. That was fun. Storm will need to be careful after halftime. Tigers have been known to come back. Not likely, but possible. Problem for the Tigers at the moment, obviously, Jahream Buller, huge out. One of the best fullbacks in the game, right? So no Jahream Buller, no Api Coruscant, no Adam Doueihi, no Terrell, mate. So that's a lot of outs, and the reshuffle of the back line, Luai moving to 6 for Jock Madden to play 7 in the absence of Adam Doueihi. I mean, that's got to disrupt, and I think we saw that play out at the start, I think. I mean, Benji Marshall came out in the media in the lead up and said, look, we've got a next man. Basically, I'm basically paraphrasing, but he essentially said, look, we've got a bit of a next man up mentality. So the absences are no excuse. We set a standard for ourselves where the next man up will just step in and fill the role required. But it has to disrupt. I mean, when you lose that many players, quality players as well. Buller, Doueihi's been in career best form. Api Coruscant's, legendary. Speaks for himself. And then one of the best props in the game at the moment, Terrell May, who was looking at a potential Origin call-up, especially with the injury to Payne Haas. Those are some big, big outs. So it has to disrupt the Tigers, no matter what the coach says in the media. And I think we saw that in the opening stages of the game where Storm raced out to that lead. So they'll ease into the contest. I think if they can... The key for the Tigers, just my opinion, of course, I'm no expert, but if the Tigers can just stay within striking distance going into the final quarter of the game, and by striking distance, I mean if they can keep this around a 14-point margin, then you wouldn't write off a big finish as they continue to ease into this combination. But we'll see. If the Storm lock in and start the second half anything like they started that first half, it could be all over in the opening 10 minutes of this second 40. But we'll see. This is where the Storm have started to drop off. Bellamy's got to keep them up. That'll be the key for the Storm. Probably one try does it. Here they come for the second half. Harry Grant leading them out. One more try probably does it. But we have seen some wild chunks of try scoring in this season so far. So anything could happen still. I wouldn't be prepared to write off anything or anybody. Raiders versus the Panthers coming up next. But we've got 40 minutes left of this one. Melbourne doing the job at the moment. Can they go on with it? They'll have first use of the ball in the second half. Referee blows the whistle. Let's get it going. Storm running right to left here in the second 40. Demora 1K. Ahoy, mate. You need Storm 13 plus and unders. Under 54. Big hit here on Josh King to start the game, I nearly said. To start the second half. Down the right edge, Hughes takes the line on. Thought he spotted a gap. And it's shut down very quickly. Big bad Royce Hunt, former Shark, of course. Big problems with recruitment and retention at the Shire. To let that guy go. Nick Meaney up to halfway. Judah Shivian, you've got under 59. Let's see some defense as Hughes gets the kick away. Sending it down to the left edge and waiting for it. There is Laulili. Brings it back into midfield. Luke Laulili. Isaac says, I think it's Isaac. Says, unfortunately, Tigers aren't a second half team, so game might be over. Tonga 0690, Blaw for the multi with 6, 9, and 7. Come on, Sean Blaw. There's a couple of people who need Sean Blaw. Set restart here for the Tigers. Seyfarth on for Madden, who continues it down the line left. May goes in and away, and the flick pass out for Laulili, who's brought down from behind by Jerome Hughes. 40 metres out from the line. Luai steps back down the short side. Now he brings it back infield. Huge cutout ball to Hunt, who gives it back for Mason and says, you do it, mate. Tackle 2, 35 metres out. Could they have first say here in the second 40? Pearce-Paul goes straight up the middle. Almost gets through. Keeps the ball alive infield for Fainu. 25 metres out. Pearce-Paul was nearly on there. That would have been great for the multi. 2 tackles left here for the Tigers. Seyfarth at first receiver. Madden out the back to nobody. Luai has to retreat for it. Gets the arms free and goes around the corner for Mason, who puts the step on King. King goes with him, and with the help of Cooper Clark, they bring him down. 5th and last. Madden heads back towards the post for Mason, who's caught with the ball. And that was a nothing end of set there for the Tigers. Handover to the Storm, a couple of metres out. That was poor. Poor end of set. Made it easy for the Storm. Howarth bumps off Pearce-Paul. Madden brings it. Oh, Bellamy's furious. Easy, mate, easy. You got your health concerns and all that. Braden Atkinson Howard says boo to the Storm. Benji Marshall, arms crossed on the sideline. Not a happy boy. Cooper Clark fights his way up to the halfway line and a little bit beyond. 5th and last for Melbourne. Hughes will run it to the line. He's going to run it all the way here, Hughes. Drops it off to Joe Chan. And that is a poor end of set from the Storm. Both teams guilty. Taylor May from dummy half getting himself a little close to the sideline, but stays in the field. That was a really interesting end of set there for the Storm. Hughes deciding to run it. Set restart for the Tigers. Discipline starting to go out the window for Melbourne. Harry Grant tangled up in the play of the ball there with Turuva. And the referee says, go back and play it. There'll be no milking here. Royce Hunt, big charge up the middle. Oh, he's a big unit. Fights his way. 40 metres out. Madden, left for Luai, steps back in field and rocked in the hit by Lasati. The freshly bandaged up Lasati. Seyfarth onto Mason. Munster races up on him and they shut the fullback down. 30 metres out here. Madden to Pearce-Paul. Gets the arms free again and offloads for Herbert. Comes back in field. 5th and last. Surely they get a kick away this time. They do. Madden puts it high, but it's not a lot of distance. Attacking the ball is Hugo Peel. And he takes it on his 20-metre line there for the Storm. Didn't need to attack that ball. There was no distance on it. It was landing on the 20. So there wasn't really any try line threat. But he backed himself, the young fella. And he came up with a good take. Melbourne halfway through the set. Here's Lasati. 10 short of halfway on play 4. Who will break first here in the second half? Munster from inside the 40. Low, flat kick. Angles towards the sideline. But it pops up for Mason. And he beats Munster on the kick chase. 25 out from their own line, the Tigers. Munster was trying to get them to break first with that kick, but he didn't quite get the angle right. Mason straight up the middle. Munster's there to greet him, short of the halfway line. And Mason, slow to get up and play it. Favouring one of the legs there, the right leg. Twile back on the field. Takes the tackle on halfway. Flat pass there from dummy half, but it's play on for the Tigers as they head left. Fainu bumps off tackles. Fifth and last, 30 metres out. Madden puts the high ball up, and it will land about 20 out again. Not a lot of distance. Pearce-Paul claims it, though. It's kept alive for Seyfarth. Was it battered down by Harry Grant? No, it wasn't. It'll be a handover and another poor end of set for the Tigers. Peter Bosch, ahoy, mate. Welcome back, Storm. Melbourne up to halfway. Peel plays it. And now Meaney into Tiger Town he goes. Utikamanu ready to come back onto the field? Or has he just left the field? He's kind of hobbling down the sideline. Through the hands right now. Chan cuts back inside and he's brought down 30 metres out. Grant for Hughes. Hughes heading towards the left touchline. Gives it to Munster who spins and Madden wraps him up. Fifth and last, Hughes goes inside for Meaney. Flicks it out the back for Grant. Grant chips it in over the top. It sits up just outside the goal line for Mason. And Mason, he's driven back into the end goal by the kick chase. Harry Grant leading the way. And this will be a goal line dropout for the Tigers. Harry Grant leading the way. Mason collected the ball in the end goal and he slipped, and that's what did him in. He slipped. Hugo Peel's there. Harry Grant's there. Eight minutes gone in the second half. No change to that halftime score. 26 points to 4. Tigers go short with the restart. Howarth takes it on the 20. Melbourne back in possession. Oh, Peter Bosch, thank you very much for joining the YouTube channel membership. And he's lost it in the play of the ball here. Jack Howarth immediately signals to Harry Grant that he wants to challenge, and Harry Grant says, okay, we will have a look. Captain's challenge here for Melbourne. But yes, Peter Bosch, welcome to From the Stands, my friend. Much appreciated. Now, I don't know why he's challenged this. Jack Howarth has lost the ball, and I'm afraid he's dropped that ball cold. Now, the only thing that might save him is if... well, nothing's going to save him. The bunker's already spoken. Challenge unsuccessful, and that was a particularly bad one. I mean, that was a really poor choice to challenge. Emmanuel walks with you. Ahoy, mate. Scrum down for the Tigers on their own 20. They've been given a big let-off there. Big let-off. Howarth. I've got him in my try-scorer multi. So, of course, he's going to have a bad day, isn't he? Pearce-Paul flicks it out the back for Herbert, who dummies. He's tackled short of halfway down on this right edge. Tigers are starting to have some joy out wide. Turuva up over halfway. Madden. Into midfield they go, and now Luai shows it inside. Continues out to the left. Lily steps back in field. Hughes misses the tackle, but Warbrick brings him down. 30 metres out. Fifth and last. 52 metres gained off that set. Madden puts the high ball up. Again, not a lot of distance. It'll land 15 metres out. Meaney attacks it. It's loose out the back. Hughes has to clean up. And he's tackled just inside the field of play. We've got a knock on against the Tigers, though. It'll be a handover back on the 10. Wonky legs on both sides, says Jason D. Oh, Warbrick stays down a little bit after that hit. Clutching at his left shoulder there, Warbrick. Storm trying to get out of their own territory here. Liero met hard in the tackle. Good Tikimanu, good carry. Two left here for the Storm. Grant gets tripped up there in the play of the ball. He picks it up and he goes, almost catches them napping. Fifth and last, 10 short of halfway. Back it goes for, oh no, Munster out of dummy half. Puts it in over the top and it bounces up for Mason on the 10. And an easy kick return there for the Tigers. Mason, though, a little upright. And he's driven back a couple of meters in the tackle. Luai should do the kicking, says Luka Papulu. Yes, indeed. I agree with that. Luai, a much better boot than Jock Madden, it would appear, as May now with some space. To Fainu standing out on the left flank. 10 short of halfway. Tigers, they're creating some opportunities out wide. Madden to Mason. Here they go out to the right edge now. Herbert gets on the outside. And the flick pass goes into touch in behind Turuva. The Storm's defense sliding across and forcing that pushed pass. Youngie, ahoy, mate. Yeah, Munster had a really solid first half. Came up with a try, of course. They've been a little flat the second half, Melbourne. But defensively sound. Peter Bosch, thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated, my friend. Channel member and super chat as well. Cheers, mate. Primrose, thank you very much for the roses. 5 of them over there on the TikTok. Much appreciated. As Melbourne go back on the attack here. 40 metres out from the Tigers line. A set restart. Munster challenges the line. Brought down 35 metres out. Raiders versus the Panthers coming up after this. Liero onto Hughes. Meany to Chan. Steps back in field. Fends away from Luai. Beats the second tackle and Seyfarth brings him down. A good run from Joe Chan playing in the centres. Hey, who'd have thought? But that's what's happened. Suafalongo off in the first half with HIA. And they had to turn to Joey Chan to fill in at centres. Another set restart here. As on the burst goes Cooper Clark. Big leg drive there from Clark. He's a metre short. Right in front of the posts. Grant sends it right. They're offside surely here, the Tigers. Meany, look out to your right, mate. You've got an overlap. He goes to ground on his own. Hughes. Almost intercepted. It's batted down by the Tigers. Hughes keeps it alive. And here's Chan now. Just a couple of metres out. Nick Meany needed to give that paw. Liero in midfield. Steps off the left. And Twal wrangles him backwards. 10 metres out, right in front of the post. Grant from dummy half for Hughes. Hughes steps back in field. Flicks it out the back for Grant. It opens up in midfield. But the gate closes. Melbourne keep the ball alive. Grant now kicks out wide for Warbrick. Warbrick's unmarked. Takes the catch and plants it down. That's 2 for Big Will Warbrick. 2 off kicks. 30 points to 4. Melbourne. So many times it looked like the play was going to shut down. They kept the ball alive. And eventually Harry Grant says, bugger this, I'll just kick it to the big man on the flank. He's unmarked. Laulili caught 10 metres infield. Warbrick, he's pumped up. A double. Eli, who scored the first try? Suafalongo. who has now left the game with HIA. Joe Chan filling in. Doing a good job in the centres, actually, Joe Chan, I've got to say. 30 points to 4, kick to come. The try has been confirmed. Chizzo, ahoy, mate. Nick Meaney from the sideline. Can he get his kicking boots sorted? Well, he's about 10 metres in from touch, actually. 10 in from touch. He's been pushing them across the face. This time he puts it right down the middle. Nicholas Meaney with the conversion, and Melbourne lead 32 points to 4. And it looks like today they're going to go on with it. Up the Storms, says Tizzo. 32 points to 4. This is the real Melbourne Storm now, says user 56. Can they keep it up? Tigers with the restart. Deep into that right corner. Hughes takes it. And who's he got running with him? Cooper Clark, the youngster. Gamer Mel says, let's go Melbourne. Lasati with another good carry. He's been strong tonight, Lasati. They needed their edge forwards to step up, and they have done tonight, Melbourne. Lasati's had a really solid game. 10 short of halfway. Scooped up by Grant. Utikamanu. Tackled on halfway. Munster heads across field, links up with Hughes. Steps back inside Luai. Luai goes with him. 40 metres out. Benny West says Meaney is an ideal name for a bully. Go Storm. High ball is put up. Warbrick chasing through hard. Challenges in the air. The ball's loose out the back. And it's lost forward by the Tigers. First knock on Tigers. Second knock on Storm. And we immediately launch into a captain's challenge here. And I can understand this. This is worth challenging for the Tigers. This is worth the challenge. Warbrick came flying from a long way out. Is this going to be deemed a disruptor? It can't be. He's challenging it with both hands. It does look like he gets the first touch on it, though. Does it brush the fingers here of... Yes, it does. Seems like there's a deviation off the fingers of Warbrick. Successful challenge here for the Tigers. And boy, it was a much-needed one. I don't think they could have handled another set of 6. There seems to be a clear deviation there off the right hand of Warbrick into the chest of Mason. And that was a good captain's challenge. Successful for the Tigers. And they've survived that one. Benny West, I feel happy for Bellamy. Seems like a good bloke. He really does. I urge anybody to check out the Stan. If you've got Stan, they did a documentary about Matt Bellamy. Matt Bellamy. Jeez. Craig Bellamy. And it was a really good watch. It showed a different side of him to the side that we see up in the coach's box with him throwing stuff around. He's got a really good relationship with the players, and they look up to him and respect him. It's well worth the watch. I highly recommend it. As the Tigers now march up towards halfway, Luai flicks it back in field for Madden. Madden keeps it alive. And Bole is tackled on halfway. 5th and last. Luai now is doing the kicking. No, he runs it, and they put it through the hands. May goes quickly for Laulili. He now kicks in behind. Needs it to stay in the field of play. And it's taken over the sideline by Meaney. Luai trying to pump up the troops. They'll get a full set of 6 here inside the 20. Tigers need to score to stop embarrassment, reckons Jason. They play the ball here 10 metres out. What can they come up with? They go left for Luai. Turns it back inside for Twal. 5 metres out. Hope. to Pole. Stands in the tackle, and now he gets some extra go forward. The second leg drive. A couple of meters out here in front of the post. Hope sends it left for Madden. Out the back for Luai. Luai gets space. Looks for the cutout pass. And it's plucked out of the air by Will Warbrick. Intercepted. Melbourne doing everything right here today. 32 points to 4. 21 minutes to go. They haven't quite executed. Again here, the Tigers. They're missing a lot of troops, though. 2 tackles left this set. Munster drops it off inside. And Howarth taken 10 short of halfway, 5th and last. Hughes from well inside the 40 puts the kick downfield. Backing up for it is May. And Taylor May will bring it back. Staying down that left channel. Beats one tackle. Fends away from Chan. May's in open space. Over the top of Hughes. And he's tackled over halfway. What a kick return. Taylor May. Bringing the Tigers right back down into Melbourne's territory. Pearce-Paul with quick hands to Herbert. And he lines up Cameron Munster. Munster brings him down 35 metres from the line. Pearce-Paul into play dummy half. Over to Madden. Gives the ball to Maverick Gaia. On Tigers' debut, Maverick Gaia. Pearce-Paul flicks it back to Gaia. Dummies. Takes it straight up the heart. 20 metres out in midfield. 2 tackles left. Madden goes short for 12. Fends off one. Flicks it back out for Madden. The bat on from Pole to Pearce-Paul. Flicks it back inside for Herbert. Lots of flick passes here from the Tigers. That's got Benji Marshall written all over it. 5th and last. Short side for Pearce-Paul. He takes them on, the big man. Gets the arm free. Keeps it alive. It's loose on the deck. Madden scoops it up. It's loose again. In behind Maverick Gaia. Twal collects it. And that'll be a handover 10 metres out as play breaks down on the 5th and last again. The Tigers just not getting to their end of sets properly. 19 and a half to play. 32 points to 4. We have got Panthers and the Raiders coming up after this on the Wasted World of Sports. Thanks for being with us. Spending your Sunday afternoon here, hanging out, enjoying the footy. Munster to the line, goes out the back for a Tikamanu, gets the bumpers up, and he runs straight over the top of Patrick Herbert. Takes it over halfway. Grant goes short side for Howarth. Angles back into the triangle. Offloads for Blaw. Hughes now in midfield for Liero. Out the back for Meany. Lasardi sends it right. They've got a 2-on-1. Chan dummies and goes straight through. Joe Chan puts the afterburners on. Steps inside Mason. And May brings him down from behind with the try-saver. Hughes wants it in midfield. Grant on the burst. Harry Grant flicks it out the back for Hughes. Pops it up for Liero, who slips. And he trips up a metre out from the line, Trent Liero. That'll be a handover. Frustration for the Storm. They had numbers out the wazoo there, and Trent Liero slips in the turf. 18 minutes to play. Joe Chan, who knew he had that kind of speed? Forced to play out in the centres with the HIA to Suafalongo. The only back they had in their interchange was Trent Tolau. And you're not playing him in the centres. You need a big body out there. 18 minutes to play, 32 points to 4. The Tigers hold on that occasion, only just. Things are starting to click for the Melbourne Storm, though. Gaia brings it outside the 20. How good is it to have another MG? Although, you know you're starting to get old when so many sons of players that you watched when you were little are now playing themselves. A little bit alarming. Tigers up to halfway. Fifth and last. 17 minutes to go. Madden puts the ball high down the middle. Again, not a lot of distance. Oh, these kicks are poor. Everyone lets it bounce. It brushes the chest of Munster. Not played at. Beware the second kick in behind Peel. And Hugo Peel has to bat it over the sideline. It's a result for the Tigers. It was off a nothing kick, though. It must be said. Their last tackle options and their kicking tonight's been atrocious. It probably is overdue for Jerome Luai to take over the general kicking duties. This one's worked out for them, though. The Tigers on the attack. Paul goes straight. A metre out, just to the right of the post. Set restart. Hope to Maverick Gaia. MG, a metre out. Hope sends it left. He takes a couple of steps for Madden to turn it inside for Luai. Now Mason in midfield. They've lost some ground here, the Tigers, but this is just a settler. 2 tackles down. Madden goes short for Pearce-Paul, who turns into the contact of Munster, and he's held up a couple of metres out on this right edge. 16 to play. They're up quickly here on Madden. Pushes the pass infield now for Luai. Out the back for Mason. They've got a 3-on-2. The cutout pass over the top for Laulili, and that was beautiful. They caught the Melbourne Storm edge defence in no man's land there. And Luke Laulili gets the Tigers on the board here in the second half. Warbrick jams in field. And it's a beautiful ball from Heath Mason. Dummies the short ball, goes over the top, the floater over to Laulili on the left wing. Warbrick caught way too far infield. 15 minutes to go, 32-8, kick to come. Is it too little too late? Probably. Madden from the sideline. He's got it on target. Needs to hold its line. It does. It sneaks in that near upright. Oh, we still don't have a photo for Jock Madden. Poor bugger. 32 points to 10. There's 25 minutes to play. Raiders, Panthers coming up next. Benny West says Matt Geyer tells stories of playing backyard footy with his older brother Mark. I'd like to hear some of those stories, that's for sure. Back underway, Luai takes the kickoff and he had no options to pass to. That kind of sums up the day a little bit for the Tigers. Buntiafoa with the settler in midfield. Gaia to Madden. They shift to the right. Mason, dummies. Munster wraps him up. They drag him towards the sideline. 40 metres out from their own line. Paule to Madden. They go edge to edge here, the Tigers. May puts the Fednod Chan and goes straight through. Flicks it out the side of the hands for Laulili. 30 metres out. Taylor May. Boy, he's having a good game in what will look like to be a losing effort. Mason gets it free to Herbert. Herbert gets to his man. And he's dragged down from behind by Jack Howarth. Fifth and last, 25 out. Pearce-Paul into play dummy half. Madden again with a very shallow bomb. It's taken by the Tigers. They've got 3-on-1. Out to the left. The pass for May, who steps back in field. And the Tigers have gone back to back. Taane Milne gets another. Oh, boy. There's 13 minutes to play. Taane Milne gets a double. The confidence will be building. 32-14. 13 minutes to go. Is anyone brave enough to back it? Geez, these shallow kicks. These shallow kicks, they're working out. I've been criticizing the shallow kicks that are just going 5-10 meters. It's working out for them. 32-14. Jock Madden from the sideline. These are all very important kicks now. Clears his nose, both nostrils. Try's only just been confirmed. There we go. That's why there was such a delay. The try has only now been confirmed. Here we go. From the left touchline, Jock Madden moves in, puts it right down the bloody middle. Oh, here they come. Conversion successful. 32-16. 12 minutes to play. It couldn't possibly, could it? It could not possibly. Come on, Turuva, says Solkeps. The Tigers starting to believe. The heads are high. Melbourne with the restart. Taken by Luai and Bunty Afoa charging onto it. Big bad Bunty Afoa. It's so weird not seeing him in a Warriors jersey. The Waz jersey, the big afro floating behind as he charges up the middle. Nice to see him for the Tigers, though. Beautiful short ball creates half a gap for Sione Fainu. 10 short of halfway here, the Tigers. Dyer. Met in midfield. Oh, Bellamy's looking a little... Craig Bellamy, some concern on the face. Fifth and last, 40 metres out. Madden puts the high ball up. Good distance on it this time. Lands 10 metres out from the line. Pressure on Meany. He takes it well. Turuva was charging down on him. And it's a penalty to the Storm. What a reliever. The Tigers kick chase inside the 10. It's Bunty. Oh, Bunty, what have you done? Huge let off. Roy Boy, 56. Ahoy, mate. Ghost Particle, ahoy. Hank X2R says not going to happen. Well, they've made it difficult on themselves now, giving away that penalty. Storm fine touch, 35 out from their own line. 10 minutes left to play now. Into the final 10. Sean Bloor up over halfway. Can the Storm rather put this game to bed now? 6 again. Oh, that's huge. Liero to the 40. Slow play the ball there for Trent. They go right edge for Lasardi. He's been a beast tonight. 30 metres out now. The Storm building nicely here. Utikamanu. Taken to ground. Oh, and he's bent backwards there. 20 metres out, right in front of the posts. Josh King. On the burst goes King. 5 metres out from the line now on play 4. Hughes Goes out the back for Munster. Munster dummies and goes straight through. Steps around Mason. Munster gets a double. Cameron Munster, the money man. That's why he's paid the big bucks. 36-16. And that just puts a dagger in any small hope of a Tigers fight back at the end. 36 points to 6. Patrick Herbert was caught in no man's land defensively, and Munster says, I'll have a piece of that. Beautiful finish. Munster gets 2. Melbourne, welcome back to the winner's circle. Amos Terrence, ahoy, mate. Cameron Munster today, 2 tries, 6 runs, 51 run meters, 2 tackle busts. Just what New South Wales need. Cameron Munster back in form. Nick Meaney from right in front. Simplest of simple conversions. He puts it over. It is 38 points to 16. Melbourne, welcome back. Seven minutes 46 to go. We have got the Raiders versus the Panthers coming up after this, so feel free to stick around on the Wasted World of Sports. Live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok each and every weekend. Can the Raiders cause a boil over on their home turf? Tigers go short with the restart and taken by Warbrick. And he's also had his legs clipped out by Heath Mason. Penalty to the Storm. Now, I ask you this. If you're going to kick short to the Melbourne Storm, you're going to do a short kickoff to the Melbourne Storm with the intent, obviously, to try and win the ball back. Why in God's name are you kicking it to Will Warbrick? Just out of curiosity. I'm sure there's better targets to try and get the ball back. Melbourne fine touch, still short of halfway. 7 minutes to play. Now, do Melbourne just shut up shop here? See the game out. NRL debut for Stanley Hewen. I may or may not be saying that correctly. Stanley Hewen has been given 6.5 minutes here by Bellamy on debut. Hughes goes left for Munster. Beautiful ball. Bringing Hewen straight into the game. 40 metres out. Hughes. The bounce pass sits up nicely for Chan. And Joe Chan has been filling in admirably in the centres. Credit to the big man. Hughes to Grant standing in field. Munster shows it inside. Goes out the back to nobody. And Peel will dive on the loose ball. It was scrappy. And they've lost the ball there, the Storm. Poor service from Munster. They were trying something there, the Storm. A training drill gone horribly wrong. 5.5 to play. Josie says up the Melbourne Storm. Jason D. Munster in form just in time for Origin. What a surprise. He's ready to break New South Wales hearts again. Munster. Here's Taane Milne, who's had a great game in a losing effort. Definitely the Tigers' man of the match, Taane Milne. 2 tries, made a tackle break pretty much every time he ran the ball. He had a big game. Single-handedly kept the Tigers interested. Mason here for Herbert down the right flank. Well taken down by Howarth. Howard's copped a cheeky little nut shot there. The poor bugger. Oh, he's on the ground. He is in immense pain. He copped an accidental shot to the nads. 20 metres out now, the Tigers. 2 tackles left. Can they get some consolation points? Bole goes up the middle. Gets the arms free. Nobody to pass to, though. 5th and last. Couple of metres out. Madden turns it back inside for Mason. Mason fights his way to half a metre out. And that'll be a handover. Another meaningless end of set there for the Tigers, especially considering the game situation. Kai Pearce-Paul basically did disappear today. He's had very little involvement at all. Oh, poor Jack Howarth. He is still down in back play. Oh, the poor bugger. The poor sod. He's just trying to run the wind back into his system. If what I think happened, we all know what that feels like. As Josh King goes on a big run up over halfway, and he's brought to ground 40 metres out. Hughes now puts the kick over the top for Warbrick. Charges onto it, Warbrick. Keeps it alive on the inside, but then the ball is loose on the deck. Harry Grant scoops it up. Goes back down the short side where they've got a 2-on-1. Joe Chan goes on his own. Lusardi, went on his own. He had Warbrick unmarked on the outside, and he decided to tuck it under the arm and go on his own. Well, they've buggered that one up the Storm. Butchered it. Dead set. Captain's challenge here for the Tigers. Not really sure why we're bothering. Game's over. Lanes. Oh, yay. Storm won a game. Yes, they did. Welcome back to the winner's circle, Melbourne Storm. He must have called this a knock-on against the Tigers. Oh, yeah, he did. Taylor May got a hand on it. Okay, I wondered why they were captains challenging. That would explain it. Challenge is unsuccessful. Melbourne will get the ball back here. Scrum down in midfield, 10 metres out, full set of 6. Or actually, it'll be a play the ball, not a scrum. Play the ball, midfield, full set of 6. Here they go. Munster wants it on the left. Turns it inside for Huon. And on debut, Huon goes close, just a couple of metres out. Set restart. Grant heads across field for Munster. And now Hughes goes short to Lusardi. Lusardi gets his try on the burst. Lusardi, he was determined, and he gets his try this time. He was so determined, he butchered a try out on the right edge before. This time he gets his try. 42 points to 16, the kick to come. Adivalu Lusardi puts the stamp on this one. Big win for the Storm. Jason D says, now the Tigers need a win. Oh, I mean, not the Tigers, sorry. Now the Dragons need a win. Try confirmed. Oh, poor old Dragons. Where, oh, where are they going to jag their first victory from? Nick Meaney, 5 metres to the right of the posts. Should be a relatively simple conversion. Pops it over. Nicholas Meaney Makes it 44 points to 16. 2 minutes to play. User 56 says Penrith will most likely beat the Dragons by 70. We'll see. We'll find out very, very soon. With Magic Round coming up. And the Panthers will be in action next, taking on the Raiders. The final game of the rounds. 2 minutes left. Can the Storm hit 50? They'll get a full set of 6. Do they throw caution to the wind here? Try and crack the 50. Here's King running it up the middle. 15 meters out from their own line here, off the back of points. Are they even concerned about 50, or are they just happy to have got the win? Lasardi, the try scorer, brings it outside the 20. Unders is gone for everybody, I think, already. We're up to 60 points. So, yeah, I think everybody's unders is done. So I think we're safe to cheer on another try with 1:20 to go. Munster. 5th and last, 40 meters out. Hughes kicks high, back down this near side. Mason backs up for it, takes it, and does well. Heath Mason. Buck Rogers, thank you very much for the heart me. Cheers, mate. Much appreciated. Turuva held up in midfield. Emmanuel walks with you, says, good to see Storm showing some form. Finally, good on them. Lily loses his pants a little bit as he brings it out to the 20. Luai steps back in field. Keeping the ball alive here, the Tigers. Here's Pearce-Paul for one of the few times tonight. He heads back in field. Offloads back from Mason. 17 seconds to go. This will be the last play of the game. Madden, dummies, goes out the back for Luai, and straight up the middle goes Laulili, but he's dragged down in a diving attempt by Warbrick. They will get one more tackle in. Madden shifts it on, and a chip over the top, straight down the throat of, who's that at the back there? Meaney is at the back for it. Melbourne surrender in the tackle. 44 points to 16. Melbourne back in the winner's circle. Cameron Munster, what a performance. I'll tell you who else I was impressed with. Joe Chan. Very impressed with Joey Chan. Suafalonga was ruled out early, and Joe Chan had to come in and fill in the centres. And he did a great job, must be said, because Meaney, let's see, they would have dropped Meaney back to fullback. They would have dropped Meaney back to fullback. And, yeah, Chan came into the centres because they only had Tolau. Trent Tolau was the only back on the bench. Tolau, Chan, Moale, Clark, Huon, and Hetherington. So there was no... You can't put Trent Tolau in the centres. Kalen May would have just steamrolled him. So Joe Chan was the obvious choice. All right, Wasted World of Sports crew, thanks so much for being with us for this one. YouTube and Twitch, you will stay live. TikTok, I will end the stream now, and we will be back momentarily for the Panthers versus the Raiders coming up in just a few minutes. We got to get ready for that one here on the Wasted World of Sports. Be right back.
The storm is rising, and the money man's here to play. Lightning strikes on the footy field. Blood and thunder, his fate is sealed. Stronger than the scars that mark his face. Munster brings the fury, leaves no trace. Magic hands with the fire in command. Every pass, every kick, every stand. From Melbourne's heart to the world's acclaim, the money man forever etched his name. Munster money man, he's a legend of the game. Power and glory, they remember his name. Munster money man, with the storm in his veins. One of the greatest, breaking all the chains. Tackles hit like crashing steel. They all fall when they feel his will. Not just looks, the strength runs deep. A master of the moments legends keep. Every run is a thunderous call. Every step defies them all. From Queensland pride to the purple crown, the money man will never be torn down. Munster money man, he's a legend of the game. Power and glory, they'll remember his name. Munster money man, with the storm in his veins. One of the greatest, breaking all the chains. Cameron Munster, the field ignites when he takes it further. Cameron Munster, footy's tight and hear the thunder. Munster money man, he's a legend of the game. Power and glory, they'll remember his name. Munster money man, the money storm in his veins. One of the greatest, breaking all the chains. Cameron Munster, the money man.
Cool.
Waste to Water Sports crew, ahoy. Thanks for those of you who stuck around for this next game. The Raiders taking on the Panthers. Can the Raiders cause a boil over? Well, they have been known to trouble the Panthers every now and then. Gabe Mel, ahoy there. Yeah. Woohoo, Melbourne. Oh, God, I'm losing my voice. Welcome back to the winner's circle, Melbourne Storm. Big victory over the Tigers. 44 points to whatever the hell it was. Wasn't close. Put it that way. Same game multi for this one. Dylan Edwards, Casey McLean, and Luke Garner for the Panthers. And I just reckon a little smoky here. But anytime try scorer, playing in the second row tonight, Simi Sasangi. We've seen the Panthers, they just get troubled around the edges from time to time. 44-16, there we go. Storm over the Tigers. Endgame ML, you won your same game multi. Nice. Yeah, so just keep your eye on Simi Sasangi tonight. I think if the Raiders are going to trouble the Panthers, it'll be through his channel. Big bodies, hitting the line hard. That's where we've seen the Panthers kind of... We saw it with Ola Kawatu. We saw it with Jacob Preston against the Bulldogs. Ola Kawatu against Manly. Simi Sasangi needs to play that role here for the Raiders tonight. And then they're in with a very good chance, I say. Now, I've loaded up on an SGM, but... yeah, I don't know. Jimmy Ma, 360. If the Panthers win this, you're 8 for 8 this weekend. Oh, very nice. Nathan Cleary leading the Panthers out onto the field. There's our Mr. Reliable, Dylan Edwards, Brian To'o. Oh, they are just such a stacked team, even with all the players that they've lost over the years. They are just so stacked. Key for the Raiders will be desperation. Desperation defense. And as I said, big, hard line running from Simi Sasangi and Hudson Young. Jason D says, I think I should follow the Panthers. Tigers have not enough depth to compete in the tough times. Broncos have real depth. That's the difference between a real coach and one that can't rally the troops. In fairness, though, depth is an extremely hard thing to build. I mean, obviously it's part of the job. It's part of the whole process. But it's easier for the bigger clubs. I mean, the Panthers, for example, have a complete junior system built up. The Broncos have the money. Teams like the Broncos, Roosters, Rabbitohs, that they've got the money, the finances to just constantly have troops on deck. So a team like the Tigers, it's not that easy, in fairness. So here come the Raiders, the home side, out onto the park. I'm actually really intrigued by that. I think this game will be closer than people give credit for. The Raiders have got the sort of second phase broken play that can really trouble the Panthers. If the Panthers aren't switched on, this game could be closer than expected. We'll see. Oh, referee Ashley Klein. Anything could happen. Anything can happen. I have now just seen Ashley Klein's the referee throw everything out the window. Absolutely, literally anything can happen in this bloody game. We're off and running, though. And it's big defense from the Panthers from the kickoff. Raiders running right to left. We'll get first use of the ball. And wow, let's just see what Ashley Klein makes of this game. Oh, boy. I should always make sure that I check out games before just to see who the referee is. Raiders hitting it up the middle. There's Hudson Young. They need lots of those big, strong line carries. Corey Horsburgh, Big Red, goes to ground. 40 metres out, fifth and last from their own end as Sanders gets the kick away. Edwards is under it, takes it on the full on the 20. Dylan Edwards heading back infield. Can't get away from Sasangi. That's our boy. Keep an eye on him. The big number 12 for the Raiders. Smokey for a try scorer. And they're going to need him bending the line every single run. Judah Shivian, you lost your unders bet on that last one. Took the Panthers in this match. Panthers are the smart money, of course. I've detailed a few ways that I think the Raiders can compete, but obviously the Panthers are the smart money bet as Yo takes the fifth and last, 40 metres out. Cleary puts the high ball up, contestable, but well taken by the hot tamale sauce at the back. 10 metres out from their own line here, the Raiders back in possession. Timoko backs into the defence. Lachlan Smith, the hoy mate, yeah, you do the same. You check who the referee is. And we know Ashley Klein loves to make it all about himself, doesn't he? Although he's kept the whistle in the pocket in the early stages of this one. Hudson Young now driven back in a three-man tackle. Jacks, ahoy, mate. A breeze coming across the back of the Panthers in this first half as they run left to right. Fifth and last, only 27 metres off that set. Sanders gets the kick downfield. Taken on the full again by Edwards. And Edwards heads across field. Sasangi can't quite hold him. He gets away, slips out of the tackle, and brings it back to the 20. Now To'o angles back in towards the play of the ball. 3 minutes gone. No score in this one. Here's Milky. Adam Doueihi says already better than the last game. Casey McLean up to halfway. Rion Goulding, ahoy, mate. We got the Panthers winning. Yes, we do. Short ball from Edwards to McLean. Goes again. 30 metres out. Staying down the blind side, the Panthers. Fifth and last. And Cleary kicking into that shadow. And it's nicely taken at the back by Jed Stewart. Trapped inside their own 10 here. Seb Chris with a carry from dummy half. The Panthers staying in the... So basically, for those who can't see the game, there is sunlight over the far side of the field for about 5 metres. And then it's all shadow. Nathan Cleary's kicking right on the edge of that shadow. Makes it very hard to take the high balls. Fifth and last. This is huge defence from the Panthers. Once again, only 20 or so metres off the set. 23 this time for the Raiders. Sanders needs a big kick. Sends it downfield. And again, Edwards is under it on the full. And they're just slowly chipping away, grinding away here, choking them, the Panthers, as they do. Ricky Stewart down on the sideline, arms folded, very familiar looking pose. To'o plays it just short of halfway. Alamotti charges onto it and into the Raiders half. Halfway through the set, Leota goes straight up the middle, gets the arms free for Edwards. Edwards is in open space, one to beat, and Weeks drags him down 10 metres out. There's the first line break of the game. Cleary goes short for Blaze Talagi, and Talagi scores the opening try. Moses Leota bends the line, gets the arms free. Dylan Edwards lurking up on the inside, takes the pass. Try saver from Kyo Weeks. But they couldn't delay it any longer. Blaze Talagi powers his way over on that left edge. Straight through the tackle of Chris. Panthers, 4 points to 0. Ominous early signs here for the Raider. That was just too slick, too easy. I struggle for words. Too slick, too easy. This Panthers side is just a completely different beast. They're going to be hard to beat. Blaze Talagi with the first try. Hands on heads already from the Raiders defenders. Nathan Cleary from 10 to the left of the post. He moves in and he hooks it back down the middle. Successful conversion. And the Panthers are up 6-0. What a start. Coming down here into Raiders, the Raiders home patch. And it was a dream start for the visitors. Ethan Matters, ahoy mate, thoughts on the game? Wow, 7 minutes in and Panthers dominating. Just grinding away here at the Raiders, kicking them into the corners, keeping them pinned down. The Raiders have only been getting 20 meters average set distance. And an early shift now for the Panthers from their own end. Alamotti steps outside the 20. They're feeling pretty good about life right about now, the Panthers. Garner held up by Big Red and Tarpany in midfield. 3 tackles down. Here's Leota. Set up that last try, basically, with his line break. Now a kick from dummy half. Lussick puts it in behind. It sits up for Weeks. And Weeks is held up again. They're inside their own red zone here, the Raiders. Struggling to make meters against this aggressive Panthers defense. Benny West says, my heart is with the Raiders. Please, I hope for a close game. Golden Point will do. Down the right edge, Ethan Strange steps back in field. Beats the first tackle. 10 short of halfway. This is a better set from the Raiders. Now they've got space out to the left. Weeks up in the line. Puts Tamale in space. 40 meters out. That's much better from the Raiders. Creating some space on the edges. Sanders puts it high. Edwards attacks the ball. It's batted back by the Raiders. And who's there? Papalihi's there. And now Jenkins receives the offload. And Milky brings it back to the 20. That was a better set of 6, though, all around from the Raiders. Papalihi comes back in field. Flick pass out the back for Cleary. Bends away from Sanders. Gives it to Leota, flat-footed. And Moses Leota just settles play down. And an early kick from Cleary. Play 3. Saw they were retreating. Gets it in behind Weeks. And he almost pulls off a 40-20. Weeks taps it back in the field. Nathan Cleary from inside his own 30 has said, bugger this. Caught Kyo Weeks a little out of position. Weeks with the pace, though, to track it down. He just keeps it in the field of play. Oh, that would have been massive from Cleary. Chris takes the hit up. 30 out from their own line here. The Raiders under the pump early. Big Red's the decoy. Tarpany out the back for Sanders, who dummies, almost gets the ball free. Hudson Young was flying onto it. And now Starling out of dummy half, straight up the middle. Offloads for Big Red. 20 meters to go. Flicks it out the back for Tarpany. And he's chopped down from behind by Casey McLean. 5th and last, 10 meters to go. Back inside for Sanders. Spins out of the tackle and reaches out and plants it down the Colonel. And the Raiders, off the back of Starling, hit straight back. A try for the Colonel. Starling with the vision. Goes straight up the middle out of dummy half. Sanders hits the ball at pace back on the inside. Spins out of the tackle. And he plants it over the line. 6 points to 4. Kick to come. Try confirmed. Raiders hit back. And it's all those flick passes, the offloads out the back, the second phase ball. It's the sort of game that can really trouble the structured, machine-like game of the Panthers. What a start to this game. Starling sets it up. Don't get tricked, says all good. Trust Penrith are winning 13 plus. Wasted World of Sports, live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok. Thanks for being with us. As Sanders to convert his own try, the Colonel puts it down the middle. And we are all tied up, 6 apiece, 12 gone. So there we go. Tom Starling out of dummy half, finding acres of space. Adam Huglow, he's excited. Get some, he says. 6 points all. Panthers with the restart. The kickoff is deep. It's too deep. It's out on the full. The Raiders bring it all the way back to halfway. Remember, they've got that slight breeze at their back. The Panthers have got that breeze slightly over their shoulder in this first half. And it's definitely caught Dylan Edwards out there. He's put it dead on the full. Penalty to the Raiders on halfway. They find touch 30 metres out from the line and go on the attack. Strange to Sanders, and infield now for Smithies, is it? Put on his back in midfield. Yes, it is. Morgan Smithies. Just another human. Ahoy, mate. Sanders down the short side for Sasangi on the burst. And he's driven back in the tackle. No, Simi. No. It's not what we need. We need line-bending runs. Tarpany stands 15 metres out. Starling down the short side for Strange. Chris beats the tackle of McLean, but Jenkins jams in. 5 metres out on play 4. Sasangi to Sanders, out the back for Big Red. And he's dancing around in midfield with nowhere to go. Offloads for Starling. 10 metres out now, 5th and last. Raiders go left. The Colonel, Grubber's back in field, deflects off the Panthers, sits up for Big Red. He thinks that it's a set restart, and he surrenders in the tackle right in front of the posts. Handover for the Panthers. Big Red thought it was a 6 again. We've seen the Raiders get tripped up with 6 more tackles in the past, haven't we? This time, Big Red not playing to the whistle he just assumed. Ooh. Thank you, Chris. I must have accidentally hit the button to take one of their points away. Set restart here for the Panthers. 30 out from their own line. Isaiah Yeo. To Garner, who bends the line. Leota up over halfway. Another strong carry. Halfway through the set here, the Panthers. Yo to the line. Goes out the back for Cleary. And Talagi steps inside. Nicely taken in the end. But Seb Chris missing some tackles early. Cleary shifts it back in field. For Yo, a settler on play 5. 30 metres out. 5th and last. Cleary's over on the right, but they go left. Lussick from dummy half. Chips it over the top. It's pretty heavy. And Stewart watches the ball. Tries to shadow it over the dead ball line. Jenkins. He's knocked it back in field into Jed Stewart. It'll be a goal line dropout. It looked like it was very heavy off the boot from Lussick. And Stewart has tried to just shadow it over the dead ball line. Milky Jenkins comes flying through and bats it back in field into Stewart for a goal line restart. Great work there from Milky. Good heads up play. They're looking at it in the bunker though, just to make sure. Careful, Big Red. Corey Horsburgh is on the verge of blowing up here at Ashley Klein. And the Raiders go deep with the restart. Panthers have it on halfway. So it was indeed a goal line dropout, the final call. Leota up the middle, takes on Starling. And he gets some help from some big boppers there. Quick play the ball. Down the left edge for Papali'i. 20 metres out now, the Panthers. Yo at first receiver for Cleary. Goes short there for Garner. Well read by the Raiders here. 20 metres out, the Panthers. Garner stays down here after the tackle. Garner stays down. He's trying to milk something here. David, ahoy, mate. Not Des. Ahoy, mate. Welcome along. 10 metres out now. Isaiah Yo on the crash ball. Lussick goes quick to the left for Cleary. The double pump for Papali'i. Well tackled by the Raiders, and that'll be a handover. Fantastic work there on their goal line. The Raiders hanging tough at the moment. Seb Chris down that short right side. Big Red back in midfield. Held up and driven back in the tackle there, Big Red. Well, he was held up at least. They tried to drive him back. Hudson Young, he's definitely driven back a couple of meters. The Raiders finding it tough going. Apart from that Starling dart up the middle. Fifth and last, again, only a 20-meter set. Back it goes for Strange from deep inside the 40. Straight down the throat of Milky Jenkins. And Jenkins stays in that left channel. Brought down by Seb Chris and Sasangi. McLean up to halfway. Bends the line. Good field position again here for the Panthers. They build once more. To'o in midfield. Looking for half a gap to open up. Smith down the left for Talagi, and McLean gets on the outside again of Chris. Lots of missed tackles for Seb Chris early in this game. Papali'i charges inside the 20, bends the line, gets the arms free for Talagi. Blaze Talagi gets two. Blaze Talagi gets a double in the first half. And again, it's the Panthers, big boppers up front, bending the line, getting the arms free. And Blaze Talagi lurking in support. 10 points to 6, the kick to come. First it was Moses Leota. This time it's Papali'i. Straight through Morgan Smithies. A really poor attempt at tackle. And Talagi lurking up in support. Too easy there. Really weak attempt to tackle. Ricky Stewart will not be happy. Jason Callaway, ahoy, mate. A first half double for Blaze. Panthers up 10-0. How are you, not Des? Jethro Nendap says go Panthers. Two tries for Blaze Talagi. Share it around, boys. Nathan Cleary, 10 to the left of the posts. Puts it right down the middle. No mistake. Panthers are up 12 points to 6. A quarter of this game gone. Doing very well. Thank you, not Des. Loving the footy. Even though the games have been blowouts. A lot of blowouts this weekend. We got that one really, really good one, though, that made up for all of it. The Eels and the Cowboys, wasn't it? Adam Huglow says 2 for a 6. 2 for a number 6. That sucks. Really weak defense. Ricky Stewart will be furious at the soft defense. Morgan Smithies and Simi Sasangi there. A really poor effort. Papali'i flicks it out the back for Smith, who sends it in field for Yo. And Yo bends the line up outside the 20. Now Leota. Straight up the guts. Moses Leota. Tarpany swings around the back and brings him down. Edwards in at first receiver. Talagi goes left. Papali'i again. Taken by Ethan Strange. Showing the forwards how it's done there, Ethan Strange. Smith takes it inside the 40. Panthers on the 5th and last now. Cleary puts the high ball up. Not a lot of distance on it. It lands on the 20. Batted back by Alamotti. Kept alive here. And lost forward now by the Raiders. It'll be 6 more tackles. Edwards retreats back into midfield and settles the play down 25 metres out. It's not working out early on here for the Raiders. Smith in and away on Big Red, but Horsburgh sticks with him. 15 metres out. Back into midfield for Yo. Yo takes them on himself. Smithies holds on. Just a couple of metres out now to the right of the post. Lussick fires it left for Cleary. Drops it inside for Papali'i. Cleary goes again. Short ball for Leota. Leota can't get the arms free this time. Edwards was over. And now from dummy half, Lussick fights his way over the line. And the Raiders put him on his back, held up. He'll take it back to the 10. That'll be a handover. That was the 5th and last. Lussick couldn't get it to ground. Oh, Leota again. Just couldn't get the arms free this time as he fell to ground. Dylan Edwards was in under the post. Here we go, 5th and last. Cleary puts the kick up. Talangi's there looking for a third. And it's well taken on the goal line by Seb Chris. And the Raiders are back in possession. Strange from dummy half brings it 5 metres out. Weeks with the pick and go. And a penalty now to the Raiders. Marker's not square. Relieving penalty here for Canberra. Papali'i caught offside. Emmanuel Walks with you says, tell you what, I take the 2 for the bye with the Wars, but feels like something is missing when they're not playing. Yeah, fair enough. 8CH13 says, thank you for the commentary. No worries, 8CH. First time chatter over there on the Twitch. But yes, I know what you mean, Emmanuel Walks with you. Sometimes, though, when if your team's not traveling too well, obviously the Wars are. They're having a good season so far. But take my team, for example. I would love for my team to have a bye right about now. Short ball from Weeks to Timoko. Flung to ground by To'o. 20 metres out from the line now. The Raiders building nicely here. 2 tackles left this set. Starling has it out the back for Strange. Goes in and away on Talagi. Gets it free for Chris. And Seb Chris powers his way through a couple of tackles. Gives a poor ball to Jed Stewart right on the sideline. And Stewart dragged across, but it's called a second effort. Ashley Klein gives a penalty to the Raiders. Dylan Edwards confused. Don't worry, Dylan. Everybody's confused when Ashley Klein has the whistle. They put it into touch 15 metres out, the Raiders, and Strange taps and goes for Big Red. Horsburgh winds up, but he's heading across field. Cut down by Isaiah Yo. Heading across field, made himself an easy target. Here's Young. Angling back in. 5 metres out in front of the posts. Starling thinks about going left. Sanders wants it on the right. He dummies the Colonel. Half a metre out now on play 3. Set restarts. Forget about play 3. Smithies has it out the back at first receiver. Sanders, the double pump out for Strange. Goes in and away on Talagi. Pops it over the top for Chris. And Sebastian Chris with the power. Fights his way over the line and gets it to ground. And the Raiders, they're hanging with the champs here. 12 points to 10 with the kick to come. They're hanging in there, the Raiders. taking the fight to the Panthers. Beautiful work from Ethan Strange, popping that ball over the head of Casey McLean. $12 points to 10 with the kick to come to lock us up. The Colonel, step up. It's that broken second phase play. The Raiders have got the type of game that could trouble the Panthers. We see it time and again. And the home crowd very, very pleased with that. Adam Huglow very, very pleased with that. 15.5 minutes to go in this opening 40. The Raiders. Five meters in from that far touchline, the Colonel lining up this conversion attempt to lock us up. Sanders moves in, strikes it well. Oh, the Colonel. We are all square, 12 apiece. Panthers not having it all their own way. Benny West says Ashley Klein is inclined to do good. Interesting start to this game. The Panthers raced out to the early lead. Raiders went with them. They made it look easy again for their second. But now the Raiders have hit back off the back of a penalty. Edwards with the restart. This time he keeps it in the field of play. And Big Red Corey Horsburgh with the hit up. Smithies. Brought to ground by Garner and Lussick in midfield. Hudson Young's got some tape around the forehead. Starling goes right for Strange. And Sasungi rocked back in the tackle. So they've kept Sasungi very, very quiet to start this game. Here's Smithies. Wrapped up in midfield, fifth and last. Back it goes for Sanders now. Kicks from inside the 40. Taken on the full by Edwards. 10 out from his own line. He winds up Dill. Straight up the middle. Takes on Big Red. And he's brought down just outside the 20. 12 apiece. 14 to go in this opening half. Who'd have thought? Well, I did say at the top of the stream there was a possibility. I still am a little surprised to see it play out before my very eyes, though. Even though I said that there's potential for this to happen, I'm still stunned to see it actually happening. 40 out from the line, the Panthers. Here's Yo. Takes the line on. Bends the line. Post-contact meters. 30 meters out in midfield, fifth and last. Cleary goes down the right edge for Garner to Grubber in behind, and it sits up beautifully for Timoko at the back. Why did it go to Garner, your second rower, to put the kick in? I'm noticing that a lot from the Panthers this year, actually. Cleary's taken himself out of fifth tackle plays. Although he was involved in that one through the hands. It is interesting. Strange puts a big don't argue there on Talagi. Bobbles the ball, gets it back again, and then he just throws Billy West down with disdain. Or Billy Phillips. Billy West, is that your brother, Benny? A kick here from just outside the 40, in behind Edwards. Dylan tracks back for it, takes it just inside the touchline, heads back in field, and there's a wall of Raiders defenders there to greet him, but he slices through. Dylan Edwards up outside the 20, and he's brought to ground. What a kick return. Now Jenkins with some front foot ball. Simi Sasungi found wanting there. I think his night's going to be done somehow. Sasungi's going to get the hook. Alamotti up over halfway. Breaks the line. Sanders holds on. 40 metres out, play 4. Yo. To Talagi. Papali'i. Bumps. Sasangi's done. Simi Sasangi's done. Ricky's got to get him off. He was just bumped off with ease there. Cleary fires the cutout pass right for Alamotti. Can't get on the outside of Tamale, and that'll be a handover. The Raiders' defense. What are the Panthers doing here on their fifth tackle options? 25 metres out from the line, and an absolute nothing play leads to a simple handover. Simi Sasangi is absolutely broken. The trainer's with him now. Trainer's with Sasangi now over in the far side. His left arm is completely done. He can't move it. Sasangi playing with one arm at the moment. And that'll be his night done. That will also probably void my same game multi. As Sanders goes right now for Strange, and the short ball there. Is that Sasangi who's actually made the carry? He's fighting through it. Sanders puts the kick up here, fifth and last. Edwards. Everyone leaves it. It's batted back for Big Red. Still fifth and last. Sanders with the cutout pass right. Tamale gets the second kick in. It'll sit up in the end goal, will it? Yes, it does. Lussick has to bat it dead. Goal line dropout. Rapati. Ahoy, mate. Or, sorry, Rapetti. Rapetti. How are you, buddy? Here come the Raiders. 10 minutes to go till the halftime break. Cleary goes short with the dropout. Straight down the middle. And it's taken by Kyo Weeks. 20 metres out in midfield. Raiders on the attack. Taking the fight here to the Panthers. Mariota bends the line. Has the arms free, but nobody running with him. 5 metres out, looking for a quick play the ball. Set restart. Horsburgh. Angles back in towards the play the ball. 5 metres out. Starling looking for options. Goes short for Tarpany. Tarpany can't get the arms free. They're a metre out here, the Raiders. Play 2. Starling fires it out to the right edge now for Strange. Out of options there. So he comes back in field. Then he switches again to the right edge. Halfway through the set now, the Raiders. Sanders to Timoko. Timoko tries to pop it over the top. It's loose. Kept in field well by Tamale, but they've lost about 10 metres. Tackle 4, 20 metres out on this left edge. They reload here, the Raiders. Starling to Tarpany in midfield. Loose pass out the back again. Tamale tries to spin away from To'o, who goes with him, and they've lost 10 more metres here on the fifth and last. Sanders now puts the high ball up inside the 20. Jenkins attacking it. It's allowed to bounce. Jenkins takes it on the second effort. Milky. And Talagi comes into dummy half. Takes the carry. And Simi Sasangi succumbs to that left shoulder injury, and he has left the field. That will void my bet. I had Simi Sasangi anytime try. There goes my same game multi. That'll be voided as Lussick now goes up the middle, catches them napping for a set restart. 8 minutes to go till the halftime break. Panthers still inside their own half. Liam Henry just short of halfway. And now Sorensen into the Raiders half. Cleary hits the line at pace. Steps back inside and bends the line. Breaks the line, Cleary. Nobody running in support. And Weeks brings him down inside the 20. Tries to get a quick play the ball in. Edwards into dummy half. For Lussick, who goes straight up the middle. Lussick. Try saver from Brayley. 5 metres out now, Cleary. The double pump to Casey McLean. And McLean spins out of the tackle. Runs it around under the posts. And the Panthers reclaim the lead. Try time for Casey. A tick off the multi, but I think my multi is going to get voided anyway. with the injury to Sasangi. Panthers reclaim the lead. Panthers look like they're on top. Raiders hit back. Panthers take the lead. Raiders hit back. Panthers have reclaimed the lead once again. Nathan Cleary with a beautiful ball on the goal line across the face of the defense. Try confirmed. Ethan Matters, your brother needs Casey and Simi. I better check my sports bet and see if they've voided that. Not yet. Well, I suppose he hasn't technically been ruled out of the game just yet. He's left the field and he looks like he's crook, but until he is technically ruled out of the game, I suppose. 6 minutes until the halftime break. I'm sure that he will get ruled out very, very quickly. He was broken. From right in front, Nathan Cleary converts, and it's 18 points to 12. The Panthers leading. $18 points to 12. The Panthers lead. 5.5 to go until the break. Sorensen brings it out to the 30. Now Yo steps around Big Red. He's brought down from behind, 40 meters out. Cleary will kick early from inside the 40. Bends it in behind Stewart, but Jed gets back to taking on the fall on the 20-meter line. Great kick chase from Papali'i. 5 to go until the break. Panthers up by 6, but the Raiders have taken the fight to them. Weeks taking them on up the middle. YM says, do you think Weeks, Jenkins, or Brian To'o go over? I would say that it's very, very likely as To'o jams in here on Timoko to shut the play down. Tarpany straight up the guts. 40 meters out from the Panthers line now. 5th and last. Starling down the short side for Sanders to put it high. Edwards is under it. Good kick chase here, putting Edwards under pressure, but he takes it well. Mr. Reliable, Dylan Edwards, New South Wales Blues fullback. Jenkins brings it out to the edge of the 20. Cleary goes down the left edge. He's only got Casey McLean with him. Slow play the ball. McLean tangled up there with one of the Raiders defenders. Jed Stewart it was. And it's tough going this set of 6. Henry straightens the attack back in towards midfield. 5th and last. Cleary from halfway puts a high floating bomb up. Backing up for it is Tamale, who takes it well. And Tamale winds up, almost breaks through the line there. The kick chase of Sorensen and Garner. Timoko now. Midfield. Sets it up just short of halfway. Aussie John wants to know if I believe the scoreline is a fair reflection of the game so far. And I would say that it absolutely is. Penrith on top, but only just, I think, is a very fair and balanced scoreline right about now for what I'm seeing play out in front of me. Horsburgh with some ball handling here. Strange goes quickly. Weeks out the back. steps back in field and takes tackle 5 here, 40 metres out. Sanders chips over the top for Young. Was he taken out? Yes, he was. Penalty to the Raiders. Hudson Young was taken out in the kick chase by Liam Henry. Yellow buns, ahoy. Watching the game on mute whilst listening to us here on the Wasted Water Sports. Welcome along, Yellow Buns. 2.5 minutes until the break. And the Raiders tap and go, 20 metres out. Here's Hudson Young. Does get his hands on the ball this time. 10 out from the line, just to the left of post. Sanders sends it across to the right for Brayley. Still 10 metres out here, the Raiders. 4 tackles left. 4 penalties to none in favour of the Raiders. Tarpany will play it right in front of the sticks. Starling sends it right. Sanders wraps around the back for Strange to run straight over the top of Blaze Talagi. Cuts back in field. And he's brought to ground by Pumpalihi and Liam Henry. Now Big Red puts the left arm out, fends away, goes back for Strange, who grubbers him behind the line. The contact is cleared, and Talagi dives on the loose ball. Panthers back in possession. They survived that little raid. 1 minute to go until the halftime break. And I'd say the Panthers will just play this one out. Alamotti out to the 30. Cleary goes back inside for Edwards, for Talagi. Oh, forget about shutting up shop. Putting it through the hands there, the Panthers. Now Cleary down the short side. Will chip over the top, straight down the throat of Big Red. What's he doing back there? And now he gives it to Weeks, who almost goes up the middle. Kyle Weeks. 40 seconds to play. Hudson Young flicks it out the back here for Tamale. And Tamale goes straight through. Oh, and he's brought down 30 metres out. The Raiders have a chance here before the break. Penalty for high contact. Oh no, a dangerous tackle. Luke Garner slightly tipping Tamale up there on his head. 26 seconds to go until the break. Raiders will have one last shot at it. Luke Garner's gone on report for that. Oh, they're going to take the 2. Raiders say we'll have a crack at the 2. It's 35 metres out, 5 metres in from this left touchline. This is a huge kick. But with 20 seconds left on the clock in this opening half, they've decided to have a crack at it. Why not? Mally, ahoy there, mate. Mally says, up the wires. Let's go Raiders. As the Colonel steps up to take this shot at penalty goal. "35 metres out, 5 in from the left touch." It's a long-range kick, long-range attempt. To give the Raiders a little bit of joy going into the halftime break. A little more joy. The Colonel moves in, strikes it on target. Does it hold its line? No, it bends across the face. And Edwards takes it in the in goal. Bats it over the dead ball line and says that's enough. Halftime, 18 points to 12. What a half it's been. The Raiders, well, we talked about it in the pregame. The Raiders have the type of game that could trouble the Panthers. I never expected it to actually play out, though. I thought the Panthers, especially when they scored that try in the opening few minutes, I thought that they would run away with it, but geez. Seeing it play out before my very eyes. 18 points to 12 at the break. Gamer Mills says, Dan, do you want to know how many ticks I have? Over 106 160 legs. Madness. That's what that is. Pure madness. Insanity. I love it. 160 legs. What I want to know, before you tell me how many ticks you've got out of that, I want to know what kind of time frame does that cover? That could not possibly be 160 legs just across this weekend, right? Adam Huglow says they should have backed themselves there, should have gone for the try. And I'll tell you what, Adam Huglow, you've got some support over there on the TikTok chat. Naughty Forward Life says should have gone for the try. $160 legs. My God. I tell you what, I'm going to have a guess, Gamer Mel. 160. If I put 160 leg bet on, I reckon I would probably have 2 ticks. I reckon I'd have 2 ticks only. Emmanuel Walks With You says this could be a close game. Let's see. I want to check my sports bet, see what the status is with that Simi Sasungi bet. It looks like they're playing it on. Okay, so they've suspended cash out. It looks like they'll be looking at it. They'll be looking into that one. Cash out's been suspended, so I think it's all just pending what happens there to Simi Sasungi. Gamer Mel says, I'll let you know soon. I need to count them. Oh, God. If it's torturous, don't worry about it, Gamer Mel. 170 legs, though. That's insane. I don't think my bookie even allows 170 legs on my account. Mind you, I've never actually tried. I've had like 30 plus legs on something before. I'll generally have like 40 or so legs across a weekend of baseball, Major League Baseball, and I can sometimes get up to 30 or so legs during the tennis. But geez, 170 legs. That's craziness. I tell you what, though, 170 leg multi, even if you put $1 on that thing and it pays off. Sock, ahoy there, mate. You've got Raiders under 12.5 first half. You were sweating. Oh, you were sweating that kicker penalty goal, of course. Yeah, Raiders specifically under 12.5 for the first half, and then they get a penalty right on the stroke of half time. Sock was there, standing on the sideline, blowing, pushing it across the face of the post. All right, Wasted World of Sports crew, halftime here. I will have myself a quick break, and we'll be back for all the second half action right after this. Live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok each and every weekend. Thanks for being with us so far. 40 minutes of this intriguing game to go. Can the Panthers go on with the job? Can the Raiders hang in there and fight back? We'll find out shortly. Back in a couple of minutes.
Sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is tries, they're all well and good. But we're here for the jokes and Teddy Pants-less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.
Halftime here, 18 points to 12. Panthers in the lead. The old Panther with an interesting stat. Under Ashley Klein, both Canberra, as the head referee, both Canberra and Penrith have a 50% win rate. There you go. Could a golden point draw be on the cards here for this one then? Craig Howarth, ahoy mates. Yes, just dropping by before you go out for a Mother's Day dinner with the family. Oh my God, there's a kid loose on the field. Multiple kids. What is this? The crawling races. Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful mums. Okay, Game of Mel, 143 correct and 4 wrong so far. Well, that's not a bad effort. Bengal Power, of course, my friend, of course. There you go. You put $1 on and a potential payout was 690K. Wow. Good effort. Good effort. Mind you, it is pretty painful when you get that one wrong, or that you get those ones wrong, and but they keep it going. They keep it going just to tease you. They don't actually end it. You know what I mean? All right. But 143 correct. That is a solid effort nonetheless there, Game of Mel. So 18 points to 12. We talked about this in the pre-game that the Raiders just have the kind of broken second phase non-structured game that can trouble the Panthers from time to time. I never for a moment thought, even though I said in the pre-game that it was a possibility, still seeing it happen, see it play out that way. It's still a bit bizarre to see what's going on at the moment. The Panthers take the lead. The Raiders just hang with them and find a way to claw back into it. So putting up a good showing of themselves. But what will the second half bring? I mean, Ricky Stewart's got to be happy with that. Scotty H says if the Raiders beat the Panthers, that leaves the Warriors, Roosters, and Penrith all locked up on 16 points each. Buck Rogers, ahoy mate! You've watched the live for 300 minutes. Solid effort. I'll salute that. Aussie John, Dan, did you catch any of the Backlash this morning on Netflix? No, I did not, Aussie John. As a matter of fact, I've just been so busy, I haven't seen any for a long time. Probably since we did the Royal Rumble stream, I haven't seen anything at all since. Yeah, I am completely out of the loop. So there we go. Who do I think is going to win? Says Cooper. I'm sticking with the Panthers. Panthers were my tip from the start. I'll stick with them. Leading at the halftime break. Credit to the Raiders, though. Edgardo Perez. Melbourne Storm, 44 points to 16, I think it was. 44-16. Melbourne Storm over the Tigers. Cooper says another miracle by the Raiders, hopefully. Oh, are you talking about the drop goal off the post? Raiders go length of the field. Up the Raiders just to help the Wars. Craig Howarth says, wouldn't Buck Rogers know all the results? After all, he has been to the 25th century. Must be a different Buck Rogers, Craig. $143 legs correct for Game ML. That's insane. I love that. That's a fantastic story. $9,096 subscribers on the YouTube. Surely we cracked 9,100 this stream. 40 minutes left to go. Wasted Water Sports crew. If you're hanging out with us over there on the YouTube and it's your first time, or you've been a few times and haven't subscribed yet, do consider clicking the subscribe button. Let's see if we can get to 9,100 before this stream ends. Nick, ahoy there, mate, over on TikTok. That is the halftime score, 18 points to 12 in favour of the Panthers. 2 tries to Blaze Talagi and 1 to Casey McLean. Tries for Sanders and Chris for the Raiders. And we've got a game on our hands. The Raiders taking the fight to the Penrith Panthers after a demolition job in the earlier game. Melbourne Storm 44 points to 16 over the West Tigers. Welcome back, Melbourne Storm. Teams coming out now for the second half. Panthers are already on the field. Here comes the home side now, the Raiders. I'm sure Ricky Stewart would be largely pretty happy with that first half performance. Who's going to go on with the job? As the old Panther said in the chat room on YouTube, both teams under Ashley Klein, 50% win rate. Somebody's going to jump up a little bit after this one. 40 minutes left to go. 6 points the difference. Ashley Klein to blow the whistle. Raiders running left to right will kick off. And the Panthers will get first use of it in the second half. Raiders will have that slight breeze here in the second as well. And it's Liam Henry with the first hit up. Who's going to go on with it? Are we going to finish the weekend with golden point? I mean, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? In a way. It'd be fantastic after some of the blowouts that we've seen over the course of this round to finish on a high with a nice golden point game. That'd be exciting. Mally says Raiders 10 plus as Isaiah Yo brings it up towards the halfway line here on the fifth and last. Slow play the ball. Cleary stays down the right edge and puts it high. Coming forward for it. Taane Milne takes it well. And the Raiders will start this set 30 out from their own line. Decent field position. Cleary kind of went short with the kick. As the lights will start to power up soon, the shadow falls across the stadium. Waiting for those lights to kick in properly. Good run up over halfway is Mariota. Starling brings it down the short side for Strange, who fends his way away from McLean. 35 metres out now on the fifth and last. Sanders kicking back down the short side. Edwards is under it, 5 out from his own line. Gets away from Big Red, but he can't get away from Seb Chris. Jenkins picked up and driven back there by Tarpany, and Jaden Brayley in there to help out as well. Oh, some breaking news, they reckon. Simi Sasungi ruled out with a shoulder injury. They couldn't have ruled him out in the first half. I mean, it's terrible news for him, but God, they had to wait till halftime to rule him out. They couldn't have done it as soon as it happened. Nathan Cleary skews this one slightly as puts the high ball up, and Weeks will take it outside the 20, heads across field, looking for that far touchline. Now he straightens. Dragged down by Luke Garner. A good kick return there from Weeks. He's a very, very threatening runner. Now Taane Milne up over halfway. This is good field position for the Raiders. They're just building something here. Timoko stays down that left channel. Flick pass out the back to nobody. Hudson Young retreats for it, but they've lost ground as he heads back into midfield. And on the halfway line, he'll play it on play 3. Poor Simi Sasungi ruled out with that shoulder injury. We saw him in the first half favouring that shoulder. He couldn't make a tackle. He was getting bumped off at will. Horsburgh, 30 metres out in midfield, stands in the tackle. That's play 5. Sanders will run it to the line. Cut out pass left for Timoko. Gets it back inside for Young. Cleary wraps him up. And Hudson's brought to ground. That'll be a handover. Panthers ball. Big defence there from Nathan Cleary. Hudson Young not happy about it. Thought he was going to steamroll him there. So 4 minutes gone here in the second half. 18 points to 12. Panthers leading. And To'o getting involved in the hard yakka from their own end. Henry out to the 20. Papali'i driven back in a 3-man tackle led by Big Red. Corey Horsburgh. Immense. 2 tackles left now for the Panthers. Edwards. That very common settler up the middle on play 5 for Dylan Edwards. Short of halfway. Big kick needed here from Cleary. He sends it deep into the left corner. Backing up for it is Taane Milne. And he'll take it. Bringing it back into midfield on the kick return. 20 out from their own line, the Raiders. 5 gone here in the second half. Jed Stewart targets Blaze Talagi. Rocks him back. Good charge forward there for the Raiders. Chris from a standing start. Michaela up the Raiders on TikTok. There's Jed Stewart with another carry up over halfway here on play 4. Sanders in midfield at the back for Weeks. And he's taken the ground over on that left edge. 5th and last. 40 out from the Panthers line. They stay short side. And Sanders puts the high ball up. Edwards is under it. 10 out from his own line. Edwards heads across field. Gives the pass to Jenkins. Risky ball. Casey McLean. Held up and driven back again. The tackle of Big Red. Ferocious. Papali'i takes on Mariota. Halfway through the set. Henry. Tripped up. 30 metres out. Edwards. Through the hands now for Cleary. Dummies to the right. Takes the line on. Sasungi is off injured, Finn. Yes. Ruled out of the game with a shoulder injury. Fifth and last. Talagi will put the kick up. Sends it deep into the Raiders' half. Jed Stewart takes it on the 10. Sets it up in midfield. 20 out from their own line, the Raiders. But yeah, poor Simi Sasungi busted his shoulder. He tried to fight on through the first half. They eventually took him off with about, I want to say that there was about 8 minutes left in the half. And he was ultimately ruled out during the halftime break. Michaela, thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. Tony Caro and William on YouTube say, come on Raiders. Fifth and last, they're back into the Panthers half. Staying short side again on the left. Sanders puts the high ball up. Edwards takes it on the 10. And it's just a little stalemate at the moment here between the two teams. Jenkins taken to ground by Mariota and Brayley. Another 10 metres for the Panthers, though. Casey McLean brings it out to the 40. Who will break first in this second half? To'o dances his way up over halfway. Good carry there from Brian To'o. Scooped up by Lussick out of dummy half. Cleary has it on the right. Can't get away from Sanders. 40 metres out now on the fifth and last. Again, Cleary's taken himself out of the kicking. So Talagi puts the high ball up. Pressure here on Tamale. It's taken by the Panthers. Alamotti's got it. And he's wrapped up with the ball. Loose pass out the back to Tungo. And it's knocked on by the Raiders. Ashley Klein has said knock on Raiders. Tarpany with the captain's challenge. This could be big. This could be a huge moment. Eight minutes into the second half. Isaac Tungo takes the ball. He pops it back for Alamotti. Alamotti is then wrapped up. Is the ball held? He looks to offload. Big Pelican, ahoy, mate. Alamotti looks to offload. Spills the ball. And this will be a knock-on against Alamotti. A great captain's challenge here for the Raiders. A very, very crucial captain's challenge. Successful, and it'll be a handover. That was actually a pretty big moment. The Panthers would have gone on the attack 10 metres out. Instead, Alamotti deemed to have knocked it on. And the Raiders come away with it off the back of that successful challenge. That was a huge moment potentially in this game. 18 points to 12. The Panthers leading. Tarpany brings it outside the red zone. And he is spun to ground by Liam Henry. Quick play the ball. Brayley sends it left. Sanders drops it off inside for Young. 10 short of halfway. Starling out of dummy half slips. Gets the offload for Young. Keeps it alive for Tarpany. Steps away from Talagi. Flicks it around the corner for Strange. Strange draws in Edwards. Gives it to Weeks. And Kyle Weeks with too much pace We're about to be all locked up again. The Raiders with a long-range effort. The broken second phase play, troubling the Panthers' defense. Kai Weeks. 18-16, kick to come from right in front. Looked like the play had broken down there where Starling slipped. But this ball from Tarpany around the corner on Casey McLean. Get it to the speedster. Oh, yep. Simi Sasungi's been voided. Game of Mel for me as well. They just took their time. Try for Kai Weeks. 10 minutes gone in this second half. Ghost Particle says go the mean green Canberra machine. Tarpany, what a play. Got the arm around the corner, flicked it out the back. Beautiful stuff. The Colonel from right in front converts. And we are all locked up, 18 apiece. The Raiders with first points in the second half. Big Pelican, you've got Manly winning the premiership. Tell you what, they're going well, aren't they? They are playing really well. $18 points apiece. The Raiders, as we suspected might happen, taking the fight to the Panthers here. Tarpany from the kickoff. Set up that try. Beautiful offload in midfield. Oh, Caden says, who have I got winning this game? Oh, boy. I'll stick with the Panthers. Raiders putting up an impressive fight, though, as Hudson Young plays it 30 metres out over on that left edge. Brayley sends it back infield for Mariotta. Sanders will kick early here from deep inside the 40, straight down the throat of Edwards. And Dylan Edwards will wind up here, bring it back infield. Gets through Brayley, ducks under the tackle of Tarpany. Goes to ground just short of halfway. Jenkins earns a set restart here. Into the Raiders half they go. Good carry up the middle from Brian Totwell. 40 metres out. Alamotti on the burst down the right edge. Gets another 10 metres. Ricky Stewart watching with great intent. Yo pops it up short for Henry to the 20-metre line. Fifth and last. Yo to Cleary. Goes short there for Tungo. Now it's the fifth and last. I apologise. 10 metres out. Quick play of the ball. Cleary on the burst. Fights his way to the line. Nathan Cleary. Playing like a forward. He's just gone on the burst. One out from the ruck. And barrels his way over. Nathan Cleary with the try. 22-18. Panthers hit back. Runs straight over the top of Morgan Smithies on the goal line. Poor attempt from Smithies again. Try confirmed. Nathan Cleary stepping up. Payne Woodham, all multis have Sasungi. Yeah, Simi Sasungi would have appeared in a lot of people's multis. Nathan Cleary to convert his own try. Five meters to the right of the posts. A simple conversion. Moves in, puts it down the middle. Cleary converts. The Panthers are back out by 6. But don't think for 1 second the Raiders are going to go away. They'll continue to take the fight. Penny Ballard, ahoy there, up the pars. Tilo, all of a sudden both teams don't know how to defend. Raiders get us back underway. Oh, this is going dangerously close to the dead ball line. Stays in field, though. Talagi takes it, and from the back fence. Geez, that must have been Liam Henry. Yes, it was. Isaiah Yeo, off for a rest, getting a rub down. A well-earned break there from Yeo, getting through big minutes again. Sorensen plays it. And Henry with another carry. Now Edwards up to halfway or just short. Fifth and last. Cleary puts the high ball up down that right corner. So the Raiders left, and it's Taane who takes it. Right on the edge of the 20. Taane, dominant tackle, put on his back. Isaac Tungo leading the kick chase. 24 points to 18, 25 and a half to go. Still anybody's game. Stewart in midfield. Kristen Joe says, go, go Panthers. Adam Huglo thought about Cleary and went, nah, now I suffer. It's always the way, isn't it? I can almost guarantee that any player I think about putting in the multi and ultimately don't will end up scoring a try. As Starling with another good carry up the middle. Still going Starling, dragging defenders with him. 40 metres out from the line here on the fifth and last. Sanders puts the high ball up. Edwards is under it. 10 out from his own line, takes it with ease. And then he slips, making him an easy target. Steph Walsh, ahoy there. Shout out from Ireland. Very nice. Cheers. My fellow big drinking Irish compatriots. Alamotti charges out of the 20. Edwards. Slowly but surely here for the Panthers. How many packs of Chewy has Stick gone through so far? Craig Harmouth wants to know. Papali'i plays it on halfway on the fifth and last. Talagi pops it up for McLean. Chips over the top, looking for Jenkins. Gets the bounce for himself, Casey. And he's held up now 20 metres out from the line. That'll be a handover. Poor end of set from the Panthers, although something nearly paid off for them. It certainly wasn't what they wanted. Stewart brings it out of the 20. 23 and a half minutes to play. The Raiders hanging in here. Here's Dane Laurie, a former Panther, of course, a former Tiger, a former few things. Dane Laurie. Hudson Young, good carry. Up to the 40. Quick play the ball as well. Starling goes out a dummy half, brings it to halfway. He's had a good game, Starling. Takes tackle 4 on the halfway line. Laurie in at first receiver. Out the back for Strange. They shift right. And Seb Chris shut down in the tackle by Casey McLean. Fifth and last. Sanders steps away from the chase of Henry. Gets the high ball up. Toles under it, spiraling in the air, and takes it well as he drops to one knee. 20 out from their own line. The Panthers over in that right edge. Dalamotti keeps it in tight. Jenkins in midfield. Taken down by Tarpany. Halfway through the set here, the Panthers. To'o brings it out to the 40. Good leg drive there by To'o, the little tank. Edwards down the short side. Beats the first tackle. Up over halfway. Fifth and last for Dylan Edwards. Cleary. Again, he sends it high. Straight down the middle. Jenkins chasing. Pressure on Stewart. Jenkins wins it in the air. Pops it back for Papali'i. Gets it free for Sorensen now. Popped up for Henry. And Liam Henry will score under the posts. The Panthers open up a little bit of a buffer now. Liam Henry with the try. They just kept it alive. Milky Jenkins wins it in the air. And they just keep popping the ball up. Cleary puts it high, lands it on the 20-metre line. Jenkins bats it back. Papali'i draws in Weeks, gives it to Henry. Henry pops it up. And try time for the Panthers. 28 points to 18. Try confirmed. Well, it's not confirmed just yet. It will be momentarily. Liam Henry. Oh, Billy Phillips it was, sorry. Liam Henry with the try assist. And Billy Phillips with the try. Try confirmed. Nathan Cleary will put this one over from right in front. Jenkins outleaps Jed Stewart, keeps it alive. Papali'i draws in Weeks, and then they've got 5-on-1. Anyone could have scored there for the Panthers. Liam Henry pops it up for Billy Phillips. Try time. Panthers. 28-18. Kick to come right in front for Nathan Cleary. Should be a simple conversion. $20 minutes to go. Panthers have given themselves a nice little buffer. About to be 12 points. Nathan Cleary taking his time, even though it's right in front of the posts. A simple conversion. 10 metres out, right in front. He's taking his time. Cleary pops it over. Conversion successful. 30 points to 18. They've got themselves a little buffer. But I tell you what, the Raiders, they have kept themselves right in this fight. Junior Ryder. We had a good win over the Broncos last night. Panthers are the team to beat. Panthers Manly Grand Final. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Adam Huglow, frustrated. They counter every move as the Raiders get us back underway. 20 minutes to play. 30 points to 18. Big defense here, led by Jed Stewart. Probably feeling like he needs to lift after he was easily out-jumped by Jenkins to set that try up. And the Panthers now a little bit of a buffer. Be interesting to see if they put the Q in the rack at some point. Obviously, it's way too early for that just yet. Edwards. Hit hard in the midfield. 40 metres out. Play 4. Cleary. He kicks early here from inside the 40. And it's taken on the full at the back by Tamale, who winds up. Tamale put on his back 35 metres out. The Raiders, can they be next to score and keep themselves in this fight? Been an impressive effort so far to run with the Panthers. Laurie switches back down the short side. Tarpany ready to come back on. Or has he just left, Tarpany? Looks like he might have just left, actually. Into the Panthers half. Goes Smithies on play 4. Short side for Sanders. Takes the line on. Game of Mel. Big bet next week. You're going to try 234 legs. Oh, my God. Craziness. Strange puts the high ball up. Edwards comes forward for it. And he takes it well. 15 out from his own line here. Edwards staying down here, trying to get a penalty. Brushing the grass out of his eyes. 100+ legs is crazy work. I know, right? Game of Mel. We love the insanity. Jenkins brings it out of the red zone here for the Panthers. Smith, 30 metres out. Just going through the motions here, Penrith. They've got a comfortable lead. Get to their end of set. Get kick away. Put the Raiders under pressure defensively. Cleary from inside the 40. Straight down Weeks' throat. 20 metres out. Yeah, actually, Game of Mel, what do you do when you put that many legs on? It's not all try scorers, obviously. You would be combining try scorers with winners and losers and all sorts of different stats, I'm assuming. 10 short of halfway here. Laurie plays it, and Chris backs it up to the halfway line. 2 tackles left. Starling dummies the short side and cuts back open on his own from dummy half. 5th and last, 40 metres out. Sanders puts it high. Edwards waits under it. 10 metres out. Fires it across to Cleary. Cleary sends it out to Alamotti on the right. Alamotti steps inside Tamale. Flicks it back for Tungo. And then Cleary knocks it on. Well, the Panthers, what in God's name were they trying to do there? Throwing the ball around, 5 out from their own line. There's still 16 and a half minutes to go. They're not that comfortably ahead to be doing this. Crazy stuff with 16 and a half still to play. Just inviting the Raiders back into this contest. Raiders 10 metres out now. Mariota on the crash ball in front of the posts. He stands 5 metres out. Big moment of the game, this one. It'd be an absolute gift for the Raiders. Big Red, Corey Horsburgh gets a set restart. 5 metres out. Sanders back into midfield. Flat pass to Mariota, who drops it. Mariota. What a huge mistake. Ricky Stewart. Well, there's another pack of gum for Ricky Stewart. Saw nothing come through, Game of Mel, no. Oh, hang on. Try scorers for the NRL and disposals in the AFL. There we go. Breezy. You need Brian To'o for 3,500. Let's go. Brian To'o, 15 minutes. 15 minutes for Brian To'o. As Papali'i brings it out to the 40. Panthers. They survived that little brain fade that they had. And the ball is lost here from Lindsay Smith. Mistakes creeping in now for the Panthers. Frustration there, Lindsay Smith. But the Panthers, errors starting to creep in at the back end. 14 and a half to play. Another little invitation for the Canberra Raiders. $14 minutes to play. Scrum down in midfield. They get it set just in the nick of time there. The Raiders. Sanders onto Big Red. And Horsburgh. Again, he stands in the tackle. Such a hard man to get to ground. Big Red. 40 metres out from the line. Hudson Young bends them on the left. He stands in the tackle. Horsburgh goes again. Gives it to Sanders. Now Strange. Dummies. Ethan Strange takes it to the 20. Halfway through the set here, the Raiders. Horsburgh goes again. Moses Leota brings him down. That's one way to get the big man down. 2 tackles left here, 20 metres out. Raiders go left. Oh, the crash ball is dropped. Hudson Young running the angle back in field. And they've coughed it up again, the Raiders. Hudson Young just couldn't hold on to the pass. Owen Paddy out of dummy half for Sanders and just couldn't reel it in there, Big Hudson. "13 minutes to play. Scrum down for the Panthers inside their own 20. Cleary feeds. Lussick gives it to Jenkins. And Milky brings it out of the red zone. Isaiah Yeo ready to come back onto the field. Don't get tricked. 6,100. You need another point for Penrith. Just one? Specifically just one? Or can you take the Brian To'o try so that Breezy gets his payout? Just one. Specifically just one. Oh, 13 plus. Yeah, so you can comfortably have more than one. Lussick kicks out a dummy half. It sits up on the goal line for Kyo Weeks. And it's a good kick chase. The Panthers keep them pinned down. 10 out from their own line here, the Raiders. Weeks slow to get up and play it. To Male. 11 minutes 40 to go. Hobbit. How the hell did the Bulldogs beat Penrith? 10 short of halfway. The Raiders with Dane Laurie. And now from dummy half, Paddy puts the kick in, finding space in behind Edwards. It sits up on the goal line. Edwards collects it, gets back to the field of play, heads down the left edge, spins out of the first tackle. And he's flung to ground by Morgan Smithies, 10 out from his own line. Milky Jenkins, outside the 20. Thinks he's copped a high shot there from Mariota. Appealing to the referee for it. "10 minutes to go. Slow play the ball here from To'o. Oh, and they've lost the ball again here, the Panthers. Another mistake. The door stays slightly ajar. Alamotti coughs it up. Just failing to ice this game here, the Panthers. Inviting the Raiders back in again. Zenith Bismarck, ahoy, mate. "10 minutes to play. 2 converted tries, the difference. The Raiders race to pack the scrum. Electing to have it over on that left edge. 40 metres out. Back into midfield now. Weeks wraps around and almost slices them open in midfield. Weeks. 25 metres out. Mariota brings it to the 20. Stands in the tackle. Lussick, Smith, hold on. Laurie for Sanders. Goes the double pump out the back to Weeks. In behind his own man. Has to surrender there or get called for obstruction. Halfway through the set. 10 metres out from the line. Laurie at first receiver for Big Red. Horsburgh again stands in the tackle. You don't see him on the ground very often, Big Red. Paddy from dummy half tries to burrow under. He's a metre out. Put on his back by Moses Leota. Good work there from Owen Paddy. Grubber in behind the line. Taken dead by Paul Alamotti. Goal line dropout incoming. Nine minutes left to play. 30 points to 18. Huge period of the game here. The Panthers, they'll go deep with the restart, you would have to think. Surely. Oh, Cleary goes low and flat, breaks the plane of the 10 meters and puts it into touch. Nathan Cleary coming in clutch. Nathan Cleary, a masterclass with the boot. A low, grubbering restart. Bounces across the plane of the 10 meters line and into touch. That's the most amazing restart I've ever seen. Brian To'o put down on the 20. Panthers back in possession. And here I am saying that they should have booted it long. Not with Nathan Cleary playing for you. Forget about it. Yo switches direction, comes back into the middle. Panthers 10 short of halfway. Leota. Short ball up for Phillips. And Billy Phillips will play it on halfway. 2 tackles left here for the Panthers. Edwards takes it to the halfway line and just beyond. 5th and last. 7.5 to play. Cleary puts the high ball up. Chasing through hard. Putting pressure on Tamale. Loses the ball, Tamale. It's been picked up by the Panthers, but a knock on against Alamotti. Raiders will get the play of the ball. The Panthers keeping the Raiders pinned down now. Emmanuel walks with you. Can't wait till our Wars take on the Panthers in 4 weeks. Oh, he's counting down the time. Counting it down already, Wars supporters. The big game as Hudson Young offloads here for Strange. Sends it right for Mariota. Gets a forward pass around the corner. About 2 meters forward. Penalty. Casey McLean with some ill discipline has gone on after the play, and Ashley Klein's blown a penalty here to the Raiders. They had made the mistake. Casey McLean went on with it, and Ashley Klein has said, "Get your act together, kid." Six minutes to go. 30 points to 18. And they come into midfield. Okay. I thought Ashley Klein blew a penalty. He just threatened to, I think. He just threatened it. Brian To'o now on the burst. Off the back of the scrum. 6 again for the Panthers. I do apologise for that. I did think that Ashley Klein blew a penalty there for the Raiders for Casey McLean getting in the face of Mariota, but I think he just threatened him with it. And this is a knock-on in the play of the ball from Moses Leota. Raiders do get the ball back anyway. 5.5 minutes to go. Jonty, ahoy there, mates. Mine got void. It's going terribly anyway, but it got voided because of the injury to Simi Sasangi in the first half. So I got saved because the rest of the legs aren't hitting anyway. Raiders off the back of the scrum. Paddy goes short side. And Timoko takes the tackle. Tamale brings it outside the 20. 4 minutes 40 to play. The Raiders, we know they can score a long-range try or two. Horsburgh to Sanders, who dummies. Loses the ball in the contact from Leota, and the Panthers come away with it. Blaze Talagi takes it to the 20. Spins out of the tackle. Gets up and goes again. Gives it to McLean. And Casey's wrapped up in midfield, 30 meters out. The Panthers probably put the game to bed here. 20 out from the line. 4 minutes to go. That was probably the game. Talagi onto McLean on this left edge from a standing start. An easy target there for the defense. Jenkins puts the foot down. Jenkins flicks it back. Intercepted by Tarpany. Tarpany just appeared magically and takes the intercept. Oh, risky pass there to Jed Stewart. In his own end goal, he bobbles the ball, and then he is smashed a metre out from the line. Weeks, he could make something happen, but he's tackled 10 out. 3 minutes 30 to go. The Raiders have got to go the length of the field just to stay within distance. Tarpany for Sanders. Weeks around the back. Tries to step back infield, but Blaze Talagi wraps him up. Fifth and last, just outside their own 20. Sanders chips over the top. Lost forward by Big Red. And Dylan Edwards picks it up on the halfway line. 3 minutes to go. Don't get tricked. Told you they'll win, but the 13 plus was iffy. Still on, though. Still on. Rectub, thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. As we've got time off here, Big Red has come off second best in that tackle on Dylan Edwards. And he is down. Well, as far down as Big Red ever goes. Down on his haunches there. Tumo. Go the Panthers. Yeah, Big Red leaving the field. With 2 minutes to play, he's come flying into Dylan Edwards there and came off second best. 30 points to 18. 2 minutes 40 to go. Looking for a Brian To'o try. Because it's going to nail a couple of bets for a couple of people in the chat room. Still got another scrum down here. The Panthers losing the ball, it seems. The Raiders will get a scrum down. 20 out and a penalty now to boot. 1 minute 40 to go. Sanders hammers this into touch. Just inside the Panthers' half. Timoko taps it and charging onto it, Hudson Young. Max Hayes, ahoy, mate. Nice to see you again. Up the Panthers. Strange in midfield. Fends away from Talagi again. Ethan Strange, he's got such strength. 35 out from the line now. Tarpany, straight up the middle. 1 minute to go. Laurie for Sanders. Pops it up for Mariota. Keeps it alive now for Chris. Pops it out for Jed Stewart. A forward pass. No try. 40 seconds to go. Gamer Mel says, Dan, are the press conferences on the NRL website? Yes, they are. Yeah, the NRL website. Live press conferences after all the games. 17 seconds to go. Can the Panthers go the length of the field? Will they even try? Probably not. Lussick surrenders in the tackle. They're just going to show up shop here. The final play of the game, Edwards from dummy half drops to the deck. Siren sounds. The Raiders put up a good fight, but the Panthers get the job done. 30 points to 18 to end round 10. Zenith Bismarck says, Dan, do you think the Rabbitohs have a chance against the Panthers? Full strength Rabbitohs? Absolutely. A full strength Rabbits? Totally. Have a chance. 30 points to 18. Unlucky for the 13 plus bets. And earlier today, we saw the Melbourne Storm 44 points to 16 back to winning ways over the West Tigers. What a day it's been. What a weekend it's been. A lot of blowouts, but a couple of good games sprinkled in between. A great one for the Parramatta Eels. And, yeah, back to winning ways for the Melbourne Storm. Ways to Water Sports, live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok. Each and every weekend, we will be back for Magic Round, of course, next weekend. What's the schedule looking like there? It is Magic Round. Yep, all the games at Suncorp Stadium kicking off Friday night. Sharks versus the Bulldogs. So no Thursday night game. Friday night, Sharks and the Bulldogs. And the Rabbitohs Dolphins. Then Saturday, Tigers Manly. Roosters Cowboys. Eels Storm. Sunday, Titans Knights. Warriors Broncos. Panthers Dragons. Raiders with the bye. Magic Round next weekend. Friday night footy. Sharks versus the Bulldogs. We'll see you there. Live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok. Thanks so much for your company once again. Whichever platform you've joined me on, much appreciated. All games at Suncorp. Yes, Robin M for Magic Round. All games at Suncorp. Don't bet on Magic Round, says Adam Buglow. So yeah, we'll catch you next week. Thanks so much for joining me here for this one. Until Friday. Cheers.
Sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest with a laugh and a cheer. We lay down our bets, no serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. jokes and post-match tales. All the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in a world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh.
Wasted
and the
world of
laughs
sports, eh?
are true.
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
We'll see you on the
Ahoy!
pitch and drink some beer.
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.